Douglas County meeting of the County Commissioners.
Oh, hang on, sir. I think the recording's still paused.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Oh, and just a reminder, you're going to move up item number 12 on the agenda.
Correct.
RTC. Okay, I think we're ready now.
All right, we'll start off our meeting today, the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners, February 4, 2021. And with the Pledge of Allegiance, will you all please join me in saluting the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. All right, can we get an approval for the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the agenda.
Chairman, before we approve the agenda, we need to take public comment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a brief update on Commissioner Noasad, he seems to be doing well. That's about all I know. So we'd like to go ahead with public comment. Is there any public comment, Natalie?
Chairman?
Yes.
Please note that you plan on taking public comment on agenda item 15 or any others.
Okay, we have an agenda item 15 that we're going to move from the 15th item up to number 1. It has been requested by the participants to have it moved up to an earlier date as there is a conflict of time. So out of courtesy to them, we're going to accommodate them by having item 15 as item number 1.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I think you were moving the RTC appointment up, were you not?
That's number 12.
You moved item 15 up, what's one?
12?
It's 12, yeah.
Item 12 to number 1.
But what you want to tell people is that you're going to take public comment on agenda item 15 when you get to it.
Oh, okay.
Before you open the...
We'll take public comment on item 15 when we get to that item. Is that allowing people in on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So the other item that will change is item 12 to move to item 1 as the first item of discussion. Are there any objections to that?
No, sir, but I think we need opening public comment at this time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you are correct.
Okay,
All right.
Natalie Wood for the record. For public comment, we'll have 3 public comment periods today: opening, public comment for administrative item 15, and then closing public comment. So at this point, we are going to be taking opening public comment. I do have 2 people that have noted that they want to provide that. Anyone else that would like to provide that today, please send me a chat through the chat or raise your hand and I will go through the list. I'm going to start with Ellie Waller. Ellie, you have 3 minutes. Start by stating your name and then I will start the timer.
Ellie Waller, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead if you want to state and spell your name and then start.
Okay, Ellie Waller, ELLIEWALLER. At this point, it looks like 44 participants are on this meeting. I'm glad to see that we have that much public participation. There is still no substitute for having in-person meetings. There's lots of meetings and events published in the newspaper now. I'm hoping that with the proper COVID restrictions, some of us will come to meetings, and I'd like to see that happen sooner than later. I'd like to thank Natalie and Amy and all the staff for all they're doing to make this possible for us through Zoom and future in-person meetings. I am too as well concerned, just like the board members, about staff's participation, but still think it's an option that we need to continue to explore. And I'd also like to know, I know we are finally approving what we think the master plan will be and when hard copies will be available for the public to purchase. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have is Jim Slade. Jim, are you there? All right, go ahead and start by saying your name, and then I'll start the timer after you say it.
Jim Slade. Wow, it's been a struggle to get this far today at 9:15. First of all, I would like to thank Kathy Lewis for her years of service as clerk treasurer. She's done a great service to the county in her time in office, always acted with integrity and transparency. The way that she and her team conducted the 2 elections in 2020 deserve special recognition. With a once-in-a-century pandemic going on and a very controversial election, she pulled them both off with efficiency and dedication. I don't think that anyone lacked total confidence in the results. If every county and state across the country had someone as trustworthy and well-respected conducting their elections last year, there would have been no controversy about the results. Best wishes to you, Kathy, in your future pursuits. On the public comment process, I thought that an important part of the reasoning to change the Zoom meetings was to allow public comment on all action agenda items, as has been true for decades prior to COVID. So it's disappointing that the board is only allowing public comment on item number 15 today while it's being considered. Why only that item? Why not items 16 and 17, for instance? It makes no sense. You should allow public comment on all action items as they're being considered by the board. As to agri-hoods, there's nothing inherently that I object to in the concept of agri-hoods. It seems like a reasonable idea to try, but I do have some concerns. First, while the concept sounds good, I would question the demand for homes in an agri-hood and what they might be. Will people be drawn to the farming aspect? Will they be willing to pay the high prices expected to be charged to live in such high densely populated, large planned developments? Maybe, but maybe not. But more importantly, to myself and many others in the communities, are agri-hoods designed in large part to allow an increase in density over zoning? If the agri-hood is willing to work within what is currently allowed, including clustering with this 150% bonus, then many residents could and would support it. But if a developer of any agri-hood wants any increase in density over what is currently allowed, that would be a deal killer. Given that, why would the board choose to add new code sections or even have this discussion today? Nothing prevents agri-hoods now. Any addition to the county code or master plan for agri-hoods should include the requirement that the density cannot be increased. Clustering is always a good way to go and provides significant advantages to the developer. Anything beyond that is unacceptable. There is no reason for Douglas to encourage agri-hoods. They're allowed now without any special consideration. What should be made clear in any action by the board today is that no additional density will be allowed in the creation of an agri-hood. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next we have is JD.
Can you hear me? Excuse me, can you hear me, Natalie?
Yes, I can. Please start with stating and spelling your name.
JD Frisbee, Town of Minden, JD Frisby. I'm here on behalf, I want to speak on behalf of item 17. Obviously, Mueller Parkway is a huge concern for the town. It has been identified as one of the top priorities through many workshops, many open houses that we had as we put together the plan for prosperity. It was by far, there wasn't even a close second of the need for Mueller Parkway. And I understand that there are funding issues that have to be worked out. But before you today is the budget for the design, which is budgeted. The money's there. I would encourage this board to move forward with the design aspect. We can work on funding the construction of it later. As an engineer, as a manager, project manager over the years, you have a lot more success in finding alternative means for funding if you have done your portion of the in-kind, good faith. Design goes a long way as we move forward in being creative and finding funding opportunities. And so I just wanted to go on record that the town is fully supporting moving forward with the design on that. We would like to sit at the table with the county in the future to figure out funding opportunities, to get creative and do anything that we can to help move that along. But it is a huge aspect for what the town has for our future identity, our future vision, a walkable downtown corridor, themed downtown, moving the flood channel off of Buckeye Creek and diverting it around town, not having it go through town. We have a lot to gain from this, but first we have to start moving forward in the direction that we're going. So I encourage this board to continue that, and we would love to help participate in any way that we can in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, JD. Next we have is Greg Hendricks. Greg, go ahead and state and spell your name, and then I'll go ahead and start the timer.
Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, it looks like it. Greg Hendricks, Hendricks, and I am with American Wild Horse Campaign as the Director of Field Operations. I'd just like to make a quick comment. And first of all, I thank the commissioners for the opportunity to do a comment at the beginning of the meeting, and look forward to being able to work with you on projects in the future. Currently, we are working on projects out in the Fish Springs area, and we are working with the local advocates, the private landowners, in relation to wild horses and managing the horses out on that range. I wanted to just emphasize to the commissioners that there's some additional information that was submitted to supplement some of the BLM information that's going to be covered today, that lets you see some of the private efforts that are being made with fertility control, with proposed improvements, including wildlife water that's year-round, and potential areas that would be hopefully open to being fenced to help control the wild horses, as well as ideas and history of the area that reflects some management solutions to some of the issues that may be brought up today. So again, I thank the commissioners. I bring to their attention that we have sent in some information that supplements what may be presented today by the BLM. That gives you a little more detail of what the solutions are all about, and hope you'll have an opportunity to review those. Those were again sent to Natalie. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Greg. Next we have Mary Siafi.
Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead and state your name, and then I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mary Siafi. I am president of the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates. I just wanted to thank the commissioners for listening to the local residents and supporting the program of the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates. Today, we have successfully darted every mare on our range and a few horses that stopped by for a short visit. Our program could be a model for other areas, and we hope we can keep the existing herd in place so we have the ability to show our methods and our statistics are working. In the past 2 years, we have reduced the reproduction rate by 81%. We're hoping you will encourage the BLM officials to continue to work with us and to provide us with a workable MOU, and work with us to fence areas that allow the wild horses to come into the residential areas. That's pretty much it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, that was all I had that wanted to provide public comment. Those members of the public that still would like to provide opening public comment, please send me a chat or raise your hand. Do we have anyone else that wants public comment? If you are here and you are providing it on another item, you can stop your video at this point and send me a chat on those items. It does look like, Deb, you just raised your hand. Do you want to provide public comment for opening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and state your name and then I'll start your 3 minutes.
My name is Deb Hendricks. I'm with the American Wild Horse Advocates. I just wanted to thank the commissioners for listening to the local residents and supporting the program of the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates. Today, we have successfully darted every mare on our range and a few horses that stopped by for a short visit. Our program could be a model for other areas, and we hope we can keep the existing herd in place so we have the ability to show our methods and our statistics are working. In the past 2 years, we have reduced the reproduction rate by 81%. We're hoping you will encourage the BLM officials to continue to work with us and to provide us with a workable MOU, and work with us to fence areas that allow the wild horses to come into the residential areas. That was all I had that wanted to provide public comment. If you are here and you are providing it on another item, you can stop your video at this point and send me a chat on those items. It does look like, Deb, you just raised your hand. Do you want to provide public comment for opening?
All right,
Okay.
I'm unmuted now.
Okay, so go ahead and state your name and then I'll start your 3 minutes.
I'm Deb Walker and I'm the Nevada field rep for the American Wild Horse Campaign, but I actually have my roots in wild horse advocacy with the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates as a founding board member several years ago. I moved here basically because of the wild horses. We're a retired military family, so I got to choose where we landed. During my time with the group, I basically did public outreach, and very quickly we started getting requests for tours out on our range, which meant that people were coming in from all over the world. I had veterinary students from England. I've had photographers from France. I know other tour groups have had similar. And during that time, of course, they rely on us to supply them information on where to stay, where to eat, and other sites in the area that they could possibly see. And many times those groups or those people would come back for a second tour of the world famous Fish Springs wild horses. And I would just like to say that that we support the fertility control that is going on. It needs to continue. It's important for studies. It's important for the community. And these horses as a herd are family to worldwide viewers of the Facebook page and pages actually, and support a lot of businesses in town. And we cannot give that up. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, any other further public comment? Okay, I have someone on their iPhone. Please state your name and spell it for the record. And then I will start the timer for 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah Woodward, SarahWoodward. I moved to Gardnerville 3 years ago. My fiance took a job here as a physician. One of the reasons we decided to stay was for the wild horses. And I'm simply amazed at what the managing group is doing for the horses with the birth control, with the fencing, with educating the community. And I just want to say that I completely support the Pine Nut horses. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else? I don't have any other chats. Okay, I'll just note that it's 9. Oh.
Well, Natalie, I thought I saw a hand go up on Pamela Sauer, but I don't know if that was inadvertent or.
Pamela, do you have public comment today? For opening public comment?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, Terry, it looks like you do. So go ahead and I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, go ahead and state your name and then I'll start your time.
Okay, my name is Terry Keiler. Last name is spelled C as in cat, Uyler. I'd like to speak in support of the wild horses. I am glad to see other people say how much they might be providing tourism and business for local businesses. I enjoy hiking a lot. I really love seeing the wild horses out there. So I think they're an asset to our community. And I think that they also might be providing, mitigating fire danger by clearing extra foliage off the range. I don't see a lot of other large wild animals out there, so they're not stopping any hunting of big game like elk or antelope. And there's not that much cattle out there grazing, and the only permit holder seems to be in favor of them. So I hope that the commission will consider supporting our wild horses. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Terry. I believe that Ben would like to make public comment. Ben?
Yeah, hi. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead and state your name and then I'll start your time.
Hi, my name is Ben Harmon, Harmon, and I'm afraid that I don't have an agenda with numbered items on it. So I'm not sure to which items I can or should be referring to now. I was going to speak regarding the vacation home rental issue. Is that something I should speak to later or speak to now?
That vacation home letter or home rentals, we're not doing that one for public comment. So right now would be the appropriate time.
Okay. You know what? I'm actually going to shelve that. And instead, I'm going to respond to the wild horse comments that have been made so far. And I just want to mention that I've spent some time in the Pine Nuts recently, and I'm seeing a tremendous amount of off-road vehicle damage out there. Not on established trails. I'm not referring to the standard OHV areas and the established trails that have been there for a while in the vicinity of Johnson Lane and so forth, but out in more extended areas of the Pine Nuts. I know this is an ongoing issue. I've spoken with the BLM about this a little bit, and I do believe that there are some impacts to those wild horse populations as a consequence. In particular, there's some delicate meadow regions sort of off in the vicinity of Bob White and so forth that have really gotten rutted and dug up an awful lot. A tremendous amount of off-road vehicle activity extending up into the gullies and into the mountains and so forth. I think, you know, that this does affect those populations in that vicinity. And it would be nice if we as a county could work a little bit more closely with the BLM in order to safeguard those environmentally sensitive areas from such activities. I've provided a public comment regarding the vacation home rentals via the website to the commissioners, and I hope that that will be addressed offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, do we have any further public comment? Okay, I do not have any additional chats and I don't see anyone else raising their hand. So it is 9:30 a.m. Public comment for the opening period has been closed. It's back to you, John.
Thank you. Good work, Natalie. All right, beginning with the agenda, can we have an approval for the agenda?
Also move, Mr. Chairman.
We have
I'll second.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion brought forward by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The board will now adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and reconvene as Douglas County Liquor Board. Is the captain here? There he is. Okay. For possible action, discussion to approve the addition of Sarah Williamina Lawrence to the existing unrestricted on-site retail liquor license for the Corner Bar, DBA the Corner Bar, and Sarah Lawrence has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Captain, you're up.
Good morning, Captain Ron Mitchell for Douglas County. This applicant has completed all the paperwork, paid required fees, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection to this addition.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? If not, we'll adjourn as the liquor board.
No, Mr. Chair. I believe we have to. Have a motion on that.
Oh, you're
so
correct.
Therefore, I will move that we approve the addition of Sarah Wilhelmina Lawrence to the existing unrestricted on-site retail liquor license for the Corner Bar LLC, DBA the Corner Bar.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian and Commissioner Rice. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition?
And if I got that name wrong, I apologize in advance.
Okay, the motion is carried. Now we'll adjourn as the County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And Can we have a motion to approve the consent calendar, items A through P?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one question? Because I'm new at this and maybe you can explain to me something.
Okay.
Part of the consent calendar is an increase in several departments' operating budgets based upon the additional revenue that we've had coming in. And I assume that this is something that everybody just agrees upon and moves forward, but there's a lot of needs that we have in the county for additional revenue, including improving our roads and safety with respect to people walking, riding bikes in the roads. So, I mean, if there is additional revenue, at some point, I hope that we can have a discussion to decide where to use that money instead of just augmenting additional departments.
The main entrance would be here.
These items are open for discussion. They're action items. And
I thought they were consent items.
Yep. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
As I understand it in the consent calendar, for instance, I want to have discussion on one item in item H. So I would like to pull that to the administrative calendar. Mr. Tarkanian, I believe you have the ability to simply by yourself pull any items off of that consent calendar to the administrative calendar so that we can discuss them. So
I guess the problem I have is I don't know. And maybe the previous board was party to this and they made this decision. And I mean, I don't know what the additional, the augmentation of each of these different groups that are asking for it, departments are asking for it, is going to be used for. I mean, there's really not much I can discuss on it. I guess in a general term, I think if there is more revenue that comes in than anticipated, and I know there was a reduction because of COVID, so part of that is an increase, is to refund part of that. But if the departments have gone through with less money, then I think, there should be a good discussion on how it's used. I don't think I'm in the position to do so and make a vote on it today because I don't know anything about this. And again, maybe the previous board discussed it and they thought it was best, and then obviously I'd agree with it. But moving forward, I certainly think it's important to really scrutinize how the money is being spent because there's so many needs that I think all of us have for the county.
Mr. Case, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Tarkanian, I believe the items you're talking about are K, L, and M, the resolutions.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So what that is, just very briefly, is it is greater than anticipated fund balance from the close of last fiscal year. And they're being augmented into the budgets for a variety of reasons, primarily for purchase orders and things that had carried over from the prior year. These particular items and why they are on consent is they are greater than anticipated fund balance allocations for the towns. And the town advisory boards have already reviewed and approved these, and the board has delegated that to the towns. If you would like to pull them, you certainly could. That's your prerogative. We also have agenda items 6 through 10, which are the same type of thing. Those are county departments, and those are ones that the board, no advisory board or anyone else has looked at them. Those are the ones that we highlighted for the board to discuss as action items.
Thank you. I'll sit down with you after the meeting and get a better understanding how this works. So instead of wasting the time that we have today, because there's so much on our agenda.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Gardner.
Mr. Chair, I would move for the approval of the consent calendar minus item H.
Yeah, something happened. All right. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar and pull item H for further discussion in the administrative agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion is carried. Now we'll move on to the administrative agenda. And we'll start with let's start with a proclamation for Kathy Lewis.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I don't wish to interrupt, but we have some background noise somewhere. I don't know where that might be coming from, but
Let me check. Let's see if this is it. I think it is that better? The television was on. It was CNBC with the stock news. All right. Kathy? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
This is about,
can you hear me?
Yes, this is about you. And we have a proclamation, but just personally, it would be nice to say that how much we all appreciate your dedication and professionalism during some very tough elections. And everybody had comfort with the fact of your integrity, your virtue in providing the county with an absolutely problem-free election. It is not an easy task. And it certainly, it demonstrates your dedication and your professional ability to work on these things and get it done. And it's not an easy task logistically. And you made sure that the county's vote was accurate and well represented. Now, this isn't in the proclamation. This is coming from me. But it has been an absolute pleasure to know you and have you there at the board meetings when we all used to sit together with Sheriff Coverly and talk about different things. And it was disappointing when you went over to East Fork Fire with all those fire guys, but we understand. And so I'd like to read the proclamation and read it so that people can hear some of the things that were said about you. And then afterwards, if you'd like to say a few words, we would appreciate that as well. So Proclamation 2021P-006 by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. A proclamation recognizing over 5 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by former clerk treasurer Kathy Lewis. Whereas Kathy Lewis was appointed to the position of clerk treasurer in 2015 and then was elected to the position in 2016 and reelected in 2018. Whereas Kathy Lewis led the office of clerk treasurer, the focus on policy improvement, modernizing every aspect of the office, implementing several new systems to increase efficiency while ensuring compliancy with local, state, and federal law. She thoroughly and thoughtfully recognized the office in a way that enabled the multiple offices to work cohesively. She fostered an environment of support, communication, and teamwork, which has led to a highly motivated office with a dedicated staff. Whereas Kathy Lewis successfully led the office of the clerk treasurer by embracing the challenges she faced in her tenure as clerk treasurer with dignity, integrity. In doing so, she always welcomed new and innovative ideas and strategies to streamline current processes and procedures. She successfully updated the treasurer's cash receipt system, reevaluated the county's investment portfolio, and changed investment officers, led a successful tax sales from 2016 to 2019, implemented internal cash handling procedures, created a process to the county's unclaimed property, and outsourced property tax mailings to save the county time and money, just to name a few things. Kathy Lewis encouraged her staff to take a new and challenging approach and to promote personal and professional growth. She always brought out the best in everyone in her department. Whereas Kathy Lewis devoted her time in the office to conducting fair and accurate elections in Douglas County, she was known by her peers as an analytical thinker, problem solver, and hard worker who was elected to serve as president of the Nevada Association of Clerks and Election Administrators in September 2019. During her tenure, she successfully lobbied for funds to help with the implementation of a new voting system, automatic voter registration, same-day registration, and successfully conducted 6 elections, including 2 presidential elections. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with Douglas County staff and residents, in saying a heartfelt thank you to Kathy Lewis for her devoted service to Douglas County, adopted the 21st day of January 2021. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. If you know me, I don't often cry, but you guys are gonna make me tear up on it.
That's wonderful.
I am glad that the proclamation recognized the staff. I think I really appreciate, John, your comments, but I couldn't have done it without the staff that we had and the dedication they had to ensuring the fair election and ensuring improvements. They were willing to go along, and in willing to go along with me, they also brought so many great ideas themselves. And so I really appreciate that. I just wrote a couple comments. I will say that being the elected clerk treasurer was an honor and a highlight of my career. To be able to serve, as you guys know, to be able to serve directly and answer directly to the citizens of our county is a great thing. And it's a perspective that I think everybody should have at least once in their lifetime, because it is a great perspective to answer directly to the people in the county. I was humbled to be chosen in 2015 by the Board of County Commissioners, and even humbled to be elected in 16 and 18. And I really appreciate you guys taking the time in your very busy schedule for this proclamation. Thank you, guys.
Any Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kathy, as I took the opportunity, as you know, to stop into your office after you had submitted your resignation to speak with you personally about this. And I want to echo what Chairman Ingalls said about everything that you've done in your office over the last several years as our clerk treasurer. I really appreciate that. I've had the opportunity to personally work with you and your office, Dina Dawson and Misha Case, in regards to voter registration for the Republican Party here in Douglas County for the last 2 years. And there was never any question of a lack of integrity coming out of your office, and also cooperativeness as well. And so I truly appreciate that. And I appreciated what you brought to the office, and Amy Bergen certainly has some big shoes to fill in that response. And so I wish you luck and best wishes in your new venture, and you will certainly be missed. And I concur with everything that was said in the proclamation. So thank you so much, and I want to express that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Commissioner.
So, Kathy, have you given any more consideration about running for Secretary of State for Nevada?
I will second that motion. I will second that motion, John.
I think you'll have to get my kids and my husband to second that motion. My husband made the comment that he enjoyed having me home for dinner, which was a very sweet thing to say. So I've enjoyed that.
Well, we all think the world of you and your endeavors, and over there with Chief Carlini. And if any of those old boys give you any problem, you let us know, and we'll come over No, it's a good department. I think that you'll like all those guys, and the chief he's a good man to work for. So
I agree.
Godspeed, and we do miss you though.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck with your guys' agenda and everything. You have big items to address this year.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Kathy.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. We'll go to item number 2.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but
You got to move.
I believe we pulled item H off of the
Right.
off the consent calendar that we need to be addressed first, I believe, and then also I thought you were going to pull item 12 up to the beginning for the RTC.
You are correct. Okay, we'll open the.
Thank you.
We'll open with item H for possible action. Discussion to review the annual report from the various Douglas County advisory boards, including 9/11 Surcharge Committee, Advisory Board to Manage Wildlife, Airport Advisory, Audit Committee, Board of Equalization, Law Library, Board of Trustees, Parks and Recreation, Commission Regional Transportation, Senior Services, Public Transit Advisory Council, Debt Management Committee, Carson Water Conservancy, and the Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, and Administrative Hearing Panel. Mr. Cates?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Commissioner Gardner pulled this item, so I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. I appreciated getting all these annual reports. I talked with several commissioners regarding these reports, and this was the first time I had ever seen it on a consent calendar, but maybe I was just that was an oversight on my part, and it appeared to be an oversight on their part. They can't remember getting these reports, but they're very enlightening, and I appreciate the time that each of these committees and the chairman of these committees took in putting together these reports. The sole purpose really of pulling this reports, besides commending them for doing that, is, and I believe that my fellow commissioners would probably echo this, is that we've been getting a lot of phone calls regarding the library board and the library board of trustees. And so I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about that just a little bit. I participated, or I watched the library board of trustees meet last Tuesday, and the library is still not open. And there's a lot of public outcry in regards to the opening of the public library. And I will emphasize the word public in that regard, public library, funded by the public. And the disappointment in the fact that our public library is not open, even after 9 months. And a lot of our other boards and commissions and things have been meeting. And a lot of our public facilities all of our public facilities, as I understand it, are open. The library board of trustees last week indicated they were going to have a special meeting this coming Tuesday to discuss the reopening of the library. And instead, they moved that meeting up to conflict with ours today, and we'll be meeting in about 8 minutes as I look at the clock on the precluding us and the public that wants to participate in both of these meetings from doing so. That's disappointing to me. I know that we do not have any purview over the operations of the library as a board of commissioners. I understand that. However, I'm sure that the county offices and Mr. Cates and us have been receiving a lot of emails and a lot of public discussion via social media regarding the inability of the library to be open, even with the current COVID mitigation that the governor has placed, even at 25%. So I am going to hope and pray here that in the next hour, when our library board of trustees meets, that they take actions to once again open our public facility with COVID mitigation. And I think I wanted to stress that in this meeting from on behalf of myself anyways. I can't speak for the other commissioners, but I would hope that they would take action on this item today and reopen our public libraries with the COVID mitigation. So that's all I wanted to say in that regard in this particular
Mr. Chairman,
area.
can I make follow up a comment with that?
Commissioner Tarkanian, you have the floor.
Commissioner Gardner, I've been inundated with calls, emails, and social media posts about the same thing about the public library not being open. It is the only county facility not open. I've been told that it's up to the head of the library, the lady who runs it, that determines when she feels it is safe for the library to open. But I fail to see how the library could be any more dangerous than going to a supermarket or going to a restaurant, or the kids attending school and the teachers are in there. It's a particularly when people are locked up into their homes, it's important that they have access to the public library. I think it's extremely disappointing, and more than praying and hoping that they do the right thing. We may not be able to direct the library to open, although I'm not so sure we can't. We fund the library. We certainly can revisit their funding request next year if they're going to have if they're going to continue to close this while every other public department is open. They're getting paid, I would assume, full time right now. And I understand that the head of the library doesn't want to have it open for her personal safety, and she can step aside and take a leave of absence unpaid and let somebody else do it that's willing to provide this essential service to the public. I wanted to have this discussion, but it's my understanding we're going to see what happens in their meeting today. And I doubt that, I do also think, Commissioner Gardner, it's coincidental that they would change their time of their meeting to the same time we're having this meeting, knowing that this may be discussed. But I hope that they listen to our concerns for their meeting and they take the appropriate action. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? This is an action item. It's turned into a discussion. I don't know what action we can take.
We can approve the reports that were presented to us. So I'll move to approve the reports.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Whoever. Wes, I'm waiting for you to jump in, big guy. You're the seniority.
Place your bets. Okay. We have a second and a third. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. The motion is carried by the board. Thank you for your comments. Well put. Now we'll go to it was item 15, which was the next one that we moved in.
Can you please tell us what page it's on the agenda? So, because there's some resumes and stuff we should have.
This is on page 7 on my printout, and it's number 12. And the possible action for appointing a member to the Regional Transportation Committee.
But our material has some of their background on it further down in the agenda. Natalie, is there a way you can identify which page has the resume and applications?
The agenda item starts on page 499.
Okay, thank you.
Did you find it, Commissioner Tarkanian?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's not 499. 399.
I'm showing 499. 500 is the first application. Second application's at 502. Does that look right?
I will find it. We can go ahead.
There's only 600 and some odd pages in that.
See, I only have 531, so.
Yeah, I don't know where John has another.
At any rate, all right, this is for possible action. Discussion on the appointment of a member to the Regional Transportation Commission with a term of January 2021 through December 31, 2022. The applicant is required to reside in the town of Gardnerville in accordance with NRS Chapter 277A. Mr. Cates?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is one vacancy on the Douglas County Regional Transportation Commission. We received applications from 2 applicants that were qualified for this position. I believe they're both on this Zoom conference, Mr. Kenneth Miller and Mr. Tyler Hu.
So we have to vote on one of these candidates to be on the Transportation Commission.
Correct.
And are any of you, do you have any questions about these 2 candidates?
I just want to make a quick comment. I was called by Tyler before the meeting yesterday. I went through his resume. Very impressive guy, and I really appreciated the initiative he had in reaching out. I also reviewed the resume of Mr. Miller, and it's very impressive too. I mean, it seems like they're 2 really good qualified people. I don't know either one of them personally. I'm sure maybe some of you that have been in the community longer may, but I really appreciated Mr. Tyler reaching out to me, and I think he would make he would be good on this committee, but so would Mr. Miller from what I can see in his resume.
Your comments are well taken. It's typical in these decisions that we have very qualified candidates. And I know Ken Miller. He has been very active in the town of Gardnerville. He knows it thoroughly, and he knows a lot about the county and the government and the needs of transportation. I am leaning to support Ken Miller because of his current involvement with the township of Gardnerville. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Gardner.
I would like to hear from both of the candidates.
Okay. Commissioner Gardner?
I would concur with what Mr. Rice is saying. I just wanted to indicate that when I looked at this, I actually went in, this is a very important committee and a commission. And we have 2 commissioners on this commission, Mr. Tarkanian and Mr. Rice. And I wanted to actually inspect the Regional Transportation Commission, the NRS Chapter 277A, because it seems to me like, this is the smallest commission that we have in the entire county. And then we have 2 members of our board that are on this commission and only 1 member of the public. And so I was hoping that we could possibly even expand this commission. And yet NRS, because it's directed by NRS, we don't have that ability. And that's kind of disappointing. And I don't know that we could do anything about that, of course, because it is NRS. So, and I concur with what Mr. Tarkanian said and Mr. Engel said. We have 2 very qualified candidates. So before I'm ready to make a motion, I would like to listen to both of the candidates themselves also. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Miller, are you available for comments?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to say that having served on the town board of Gardnerville for the last 10 years, that I feel that the transportation plan for Douglas County is very important to the whole county. Whether we like it or not, we're going to get growth in the future. And if we don't have the proper transportation as far as roads and also maybe bus service and things like that, it's going to affect us drastically in our growth. My belief is that this area is going to grow, and if it's not planned through the RTC, through other organizations like Town of Gardnerville, Town of Genoa, Town of Minden, and also the Board of Commissioners, that big money is going to talk in the future. And whether it talks through the courts or whether it talks through the public or whatever it may be, it's going to happen. This recent transaction that happened on the Jackson family ranch land behind Walmart shows us what kind of money is coming down the road to us, and we need these transportation plans done properly. And that's my comments.
Is Tyler available? I don't see him on this screen.
Yes, he's on.
Yes, I'm available, Commissioner.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
For the record, Tyler Thu. I am a 36-year resident of the county, and my kids went to school here and graduated. So now I have time to put my community service to towards different efforts, where before it was towards helping my children out in different activities. I have 25 years of engineering experience in the county, and I have a desire to serve and improve the community. I agree with the comments that Mr. Miller had. We definitely need to have a transportation plan and follow it, and we need to do it right. I think a big part of that is communicating with both the public and the other jurisdictions and boards that are around, like the South Shore Transportation Management Association, the Carson City area, Campo, and Lake Tahoe Municipal Planning Organization, the Washoe Tribe. You know, everything that we do in transportation impacts everybody. But the most important thing, more important to me than growth and capacity improvements and all that, is safety. I think the function of the transportation system is to provide access to people, but we need to do it safely. So that would be the primary focus for me when I look at this board and what it would do and how we do our priorities, is to first prioritize protecting our citizens. And I know we have a lot of challenges ahead, and I look forward to hopefully being a part of that as far as trying to fund a lot of the things that we want to do. I know it's a difficult task. I have worked on other grant applications in the past. For instance, grant application for the bike path from Incline Village to Sand Harbor. I submitted that grant application together with the Tahoe Transportation Authority. And I think there's a lot of things that we can do for safety that also have to do with bike and pedestrian facilities that I also think increases access and economy for the county. I think there's a lot of secondary benefits to those. And I guess that's about what I have to say. I appreciate the opportunity, and it would be an honor to be selected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments from the board?
I will acknowledge the fact that I received a phone call from Mr. Thu, and we had a discussion regarding his qualifications. Other than that, I do not know the gentleman at all. And I have never met him, nor have I met the other candidate. So I just wanted to disclose that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Gardner.
In the interest of full disclosure, I too received a call from Mr. Thu regarding this appointment. And as I indicated earlier, I wish we could appoint both of these individuals. I think they both bring a high level of skills to this position. And so this makes it a difficult choice, but in that regard, since we can only appoint one, and I appreciate both of them applying, but we have to make a decision. So at this time, I will nominate the appointment of Ken Miller to the position of commissioner for the Regional Transportation Commission.
We have a motion on the floor to appoint Ken Miller. Do I hear a second? I will second the motion.
Okay.
We have a first and a second to appoint Ken Miller to the Regional Transportation Committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying nay. The motion carries to appoint Ken Miller to the Regional Transportation Committee. Any further comments? Gentlemen, yeah.
I will make a further comment, Mr. Chair, if I can. Mr. Thew, I really appreciate what you bring to this. I would hope that maybe you would take the opportunity at our request to reach out and work with the Regional Transportation Commission with your experience and offer some insight as well. Once again, I wish we had the opportunity to, once again, this is the smallest commission we have and one of the most important. And I don't understand why Nevada revised statutes limits our ability to appoint, our planning commission is 7, our Parks and Recreation Committee is 7, our airport commission is 7, but and all of our others are 5, and this is 3, and 2 of those are commissioners. So it's extremely frustrating. I have to tell you that it's extremely frustrating. So, anyways, thank you for your application, and certainly, we need your help.
I would second that, and I just like people that are very aggressive and wanting something, reaching out and making that effort. And I appreciate your effort, Tyler.
Any
Thank you,
further
Mr. Chairman.
comments? Mr. Miller, you have the floor, but you're muted. Take that mute thing off.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to appreciate, I certainly like to thank the county commissioners appointing me to this committee. I'd also like to let Mr. Thew know that my door is open anytime for his comments. I would value what he has to say probably. After seeing his resume and his other comments he made today, he would be a valuable person for input to this committee. Thank you.
I think what he's saying is don't be a stranger, sir.
Maybe we need to do Mr. Cates, maybe we need to do a bill draft request to expand regional transportation commissions. I was disappointed, when we had to limit this to a member of the township of Gardnerville, our largest township. That was also very, constraining on us as a board of commissioners, because our largest community is really our largest concentration of residents is in the Gardnerville Ranchos. But they don't have a seat on this. We're a very diverse county, and we have issues going on up in Lake Tahoe. We have issues going on with transportation in South County, North County, Central County. Maybe we need to talk to our legislators about the ability to expand this particular commission through a bill draft request and a possible bill coming before the state legislature. I know we can't probably do it this year, but in 2 years, maybe we can take a look at doing that.
Yes, Commissioner Gardner, I would just mention that I have a presentation for legislative update. I have more information, but every county does have the opportunity to submit 2 bill draft requests to each legislative session. We did not submit any, most counties don't, but that's certainly a possibility that we could consider for the next legislative session.
And the state legislature does some strange things. And, I think your comments are well taken that maybe we should bring up an action item in regard to this in the near future. And Tyler, we run into this all the time. You have expertise, experience, and there's a lot of folks here in the county who are retired, but they have these expertise, and it's a great resource to capitalize on. So yeah, I think those points are well taken. It needs to be expanded, and it's very restrictive at this juncture, and who knows why. So at any rate, well, thank you, gentlemen, and we'll proceed forward. Now we'll get back to the agenda items in their sequence, and we'll move on to item number 2, presentation only. Update from the U.S. Department of Interior and Bureau of Land Management, Carson City District Office on the BLM Wild Horses and Burro Program. Mr. Collins, you have the floor.
Commissioners, thank you for having me today. My name's Ken Collum. I'm the district manager for the Carson City District of the BLM. And that would be your first update is I have the position of permanent district manager at this point. And we're still working on our field managers to find a permanent solution to that. So Natalie, I need Kim Dow's camera to be shared, if that's possible. So this is a presentation starting from the big picture and down to the local picture on the Wild Horse and Burro Program for BLM. As you all know, we're a multiple use agency. Our mission is to manage public lands to sustain health, diversity, productivity of public lands for the use and enjoyment of present and future generations. The Wild Horse and Burro Program is one of many programs that we manage. And like many of our programs, it's challenging, rewarding, and there's a variety of perspectives from members of the public about how we should manage wild horses and burros. Nationally, we manage 177 herd management areas, 349 herd areas across the 10 western states. Our appropriate management level, which we talk about as AML, nationally is 26,770 horses. Our estimated population at present is 95,000 horses. Basically, we are more than 3 times over what the landscape can support. Of the 177 herd management areas, 30 are at or below AML. The Nevada Wild Horse and Burro Program, Nevada has the bulk of the horses throughout the West. We manage 83 herd management areas, 161 herd areas. Only 61 of the herd management areas are at AML. Statewide, AML is established from 7,500 to 13,000. Our current population estimates are 51,000 animals. That's 4 times over what the landscape can support. The concerns for the Nevada Wild Horse and Burro Program is we are at a crossroads. Solutions are fairly elusive for us. Nearly every HMA is overpopulated, some being 10 times more above appropriate management level. Overpopulation of wild horses and burros are degrading public rangelands, and vegetative communities are being negatively impacted, which are need to be sustained for wildlife and other uses. Some locations have crossed a threshold, and we've lost the range to invasive noxious plants, mainly cheatgrass. Studies have proven that wildlife habitat is negatively impacted by overpopulation of wild horses and burros. A research project was presented at the Free Roaming Equids Ecological System Conference held in Cody, Wyoming in 2020, stating the negative impacts of wild horse and burro. Research in Utah shows how overpopulation of wild horses negatively impacts wildlife at water sources. So every year the BLM conducts emergency gatherings to save animals from starvation and thirst. Chronic overpopulation continues to push animals outside the boundary of their HMAs, sometimes off public lands, and they wander across highways and find their way on a private property, causing safety hazards to the population and the public. In Nevada alone, there have been 800 vehicle horse collisions since 2006, and that would also include state of stray horses, or the Virginia range horses, on Highway 50 where there's numerous collisions. The state does not distinguish between those and BLM wild horses. Our regulations are many, as always. So the underlying regulation is the 1971 Wild and Free Roaming Horses and Burro Act, and that's pretty clear direction from Congress to protect and manage horses and burros on public lands. Congress's intent was the principal goal of the legislation is to provide for the protection of the animals from man and not the single-use management areas for the benefit of wild free roaming horses. It's the intent of the committee for wild horse and burros that the wild free roaming horses and burros be specifically incorporated as a component of multiple use plans. Other regulations give BLM further guidance to the 1971 law, and we ensure our requirements are followed consistently and in the spirit of the law and regulation. BLM also managed wild horses and burros consistent with the 1976 Federal Land Policy and Management Act, or FLPMA, and the 1978 Public Rangeland Improvement Act. FLPMA requires BLM to manage wild horses in a manner designed to achieve a thriving, natural, ecological balance and sustainability among wild horse and burro populations, wildlife, domestic livestock, vegetation, and other uses. Herd management areas under the Wild Horse and Burro Act should be established for the maintenance of wild horses and burros. In delineating each herd management area, the authorized officer shall consider the appropriate management level, or AML, for that herd, the habitat requirements of the animals, the relationship with other uses of public lands and adjacent private lands, and the constraints contained under the regulations. The 1983 Reno Management Framework Plan adjusted the boundary of the Pine Nut HMA approximately 10 miles north. The action reverted a portion of the HMA back to a herd area, and which is managed for zero wild horse population. This area was deemed unsuitable for long-term management of wild horses due to urban interface concerns for private landowners and the Bureau of Indian Affairs on behalf of individual Indian allotment owners and lack of resources. BLM's multiple use mandate requires that we manage wild horse and burro populations in balance with other resources and resource uses. You can see the list of what we manage for. Considerations for HMA designation. The BLM determines an area is appropriate for herd management area. The agency has to look at the availability of key habitat components. Those are forage, water, cover, and space, in balance with livestock grazing, wildlife, and overall rangeland. All of these key habitat components are shared, so the BLM has to identify an appropriate management level, or AML, that has the ability to sustain the population in a thriving, natural, ecological balance with other resource and resource uses. The Pine Nut HMA, the Carson City District completed the Pine Nut and Herd Management Area, or the HMAP, in 2016. The HMAP has an appendix that describes appropriate management of horses in the Fish Springs area. The Fish Springs area is not an HMA, meaning BLM does not actively manage horses in this area. By policy, the BLM strives to manage for zero wild horses in herd areas not designated for long-term management, and focus management on wild horses and burros in the nearby Pine Nut HMA. However, the appendix includes an analysis that demonstrates we believe we can sustain a population of 11 to 26 wild horses in this area while meeting the criteria of less than 35% utilization on non-key species such as squirrel tail to allow for the recovery of key species. In 2012, the Bi-State Sage Grouse Action Plan was published. It identified risk factors and conservation actions to address impacts of the Bi-State Sage Grouse. Grazing, including grazing by wild horses, was identified as a threat to the species. BLM was one of the partners that participated in the plan and made a commitment to maintain the pine nut wild horse population at or below HMA within the designated HMA boundaries. The commitments by BLM and other partner agencies contributed to the decision by Fish and Wildlife Service not to list the bi-state sage grouse as a threatened and endangered species. When the BLM wrote the Pinenet HMAP in 2016, the current population of Fish Springs was estimated at 57 horses and the observed utilization was 75%. In March of 2020, BLM conducted a census and found a total of 84 horses, and 2019 utilization data showed 82%, which is considered to be severe use. We're seeing severe impacts to native bunch grasses as a result of overgrazing by wild horses in the area. As a result, we are now seeing the native ecosystem replaced by non-native invasive grasses, predominantly cheatgrass. Water resources for the current wild horse population are also inadequate, which is necessitated water hauling to prevent the horses from dying of dehydration. The picture on the right shows winter fat protected from grazing by utilization cage. Picture on the left is winter fat just outside the cage, which has been severely overgrazed. This individual winter fat plant is consistent with what was observed over a large area where all of the winter fat has been severely overgrazed by wild horses to the point of dying. Winter fat is a species that is needed in the winter for wildlife where they obtain protein from. Despite attempts at administrative fertility control, which has been a great effort, we're seeing an increase in both horse population numbers and utilization. It is likely that the horses are drawn out of the pine nut HMA to the supplemental water and feed, which makes it challenging to rely on fertility control alone to maintain a healthy horse population in balance with a healthy rangeland that can be shared by all resources. With the population continuing to increase, BLM is concerned with multiple aspects of land management of the Fish Springs area. Resource damage is paramount to this concern. With the increase in wild horses, utilization of native species is now severe in many areas. If we stay this course, we will see more and more of the landscape converted to non-native annual invasive species. The conversion to annual invasive species, the wildfire frequency and severity increases. The Fish Springs area is in an urban interface, putting homes and communities at risk. The bi-state sage grouse, which is affected, in 2016, the utilization was estimated at 75% and appeared to be closer to the areas where supplemental water is being provided. We are now seeing an increase utilization spread into bi-state sage grouse habitat as the area near the water, the supplemental water sources have little to no forage to offer. This is in turn putting more stress on the ecosystem and could result in a future listing of the species. As the population continues to grow and resources become less available, horses will continually leave public lands in search of forage and water sources, which leads to population moving towards roads and private lands to find water and forage. Managing wild horses so that they can thrive in a natural ecosystem and maintain their wild and free roaming characteristics, and then allowing the population to continue to grow and cause more and more damage to the resource puts the horses in a situation where they cannot thrive in a natural ecosystem. Instead, they need to seek artificial water and or forage to survive. This in turn puts the BLM at a predicament of contemplating temporary responses to long-term problems, such as water hauling or barriers that result in wild horses losing their wild and free roaming characteristics. Not only are these types of solutions unsustainable in the long term and inconsistent with BLM's mandate, but they do not address the damage to other resources that BLM must manage for. This office, Carson City, receives many complaints regarding nuisance and public safety of wild horses in the Fish Springs area. Nuisance horses in 2019 were removed from private, 21 horses were removed from private property in the Fish Springs area and East Valley area, which would add to that total that we counted of 84, except we got the 21 at least removed as nuisance horses. A number of property owners, they complained to us, but they've also been under scrutiny from other property owners, so they tend to not leave their names and just tend to give us phone calls without an official complaint coming in. Once again, we determined we could sustain 11 to 26 horses based on rangeland conditions. Since 1983, there's been tremendous growth in the area. These horses have been on the fields near the community college, on Buckeye, and have been removed from homes near that area. This office still receives many complaints regarding these horses, and they are involved in vehicle collisions. The most recent was around Christmas, where 3 horses were struck by a pickup truck. That is the end of my factual presentation. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions.
And Mr. Chair recognizes Commissioner Tarkanian. You have the floor.
Mr. Colum, what is your alternative then? If you can only take care of 11 to 29 horses, what do you suggest happen to the rest?
So being as there's 84 horses and they're being drawn off the HMA is what we've determined, is the solution is to try to get back to that number of 11 to 26 in the Fish Springs area. That's either removing the additional horses or removing them and relocating them back onto the HMA and providing that they stay there. So our solution would be to reduce back down to 11 to 26 and or put the remaining horses back on the HMA.
Yeah, but then if they don't stay on the HMA, and how can you assure that? I mean, what do you, I understand you gave a long, lengthy presentation about how the sage grouse are going to be hurt and how the foliage and other things are being destroyed. But there's got to be a concern about what happens to the horses too. And you've stated that you've gotten a lot of complaints from neighbors, but all I've been getting, and as you've seen in the calls before this meeting today, just so many people that are in favor of this, the Fish Springs project, and that they feel it works, and people that live out in that community. And you're telling us that the complaints you have, you don't have the names of the people, but these other people are putting their names out here and expressing their concerns. I certainly feel, and I've been involved with the wild horse issue for, I think it's been 9 years now, since I ran for Congress in 2012 in CD, CD4. And I understand both sides of the argument, but there's got to be a concern for the wild horse too, and how we treat them. I guess, I don't really see your answer as an alternative to protecting them as much as shoving them aside and possibly euthanizing them again. But another question to you is, what do we, the county commission, have the power to do? This is on BLM land, and do we have any authority on this?
So Commissioner Tarkanian, let me address a couple things you said, is that the solution is to have horses on the HMA and then to maintain the numbers on the HMA. By providing outside water sources, it's drawing the horses off the HMA. And that's one of the issues. Right now, the HMA is approximately 10 miles, like I said, north of where it used to be. And those horses, once they get used to an outside water source, they will continue to go there. The other item is BLM does not euthanize horses. We have not euthanized horses since the 1971 Wild Horse and Burro Act. At present, we have 51,000 horses in the Midwest to the tune of $50 million a year to maintain those horses. So we do not euthanize horses. And so the solution is to get the horses back onto the HMA and reach the Fish Springs area back to 11 to 26 horses, which could be sustained by the forage allocation for those horses. Right now, we continue to see degradation in that area because there's too many horses in that area. So the solution is to maintain the HMA as intended under the Wild Horse and Burro Act and get our numbers back down to 11 to 26. And we can do that through PZP and that great effort that the group's doing. However, we now have approximately 84 horses down there, and it's just going to continue to degrade the forage in that area.
Earlier in your statement, you stated you couldn't assure that the horses would stay on the HMA. And that's my question to you, is how are you planning on assuring that and taking care of the horses? You didn't address that, or the numerous people that have called before this meeting, the ones that I'm getting messages from, and I'm sure the other commissioners, that are all in favor of this.
So, once they're on the HMA and they're established and they know where the water sources are, then that becomes ingrained in them. Right now, they move off the HMA because there's artificial water sources in that area. So let me ask you, Commissioner Tarkanian, what would you view as a solution to this issue?
Well, I've been hearing how great the Fish Springs project is. You know, then I see your report, and I have only had a chance to read your report and hear your stuff today. I read it yesterday. So, you know, I don't know, but I'll tell you, everything in your report talks about with everything bad about the wild horses and not really how to protect them. I think there's got to be equal concern for both. I've had one lady who called, I think she was on the, what was her name? She talked earlier today, was she saying that they're limiting the reproduction of the horses by what, 81%? And what a great job that is. But then I'm hearing you saying that there's so many more horses out there. We're getting conflicting results. You know, first of all, I'd like to get more information on this and find a solution. And I had a good friend of mine that told me the best advice of my life. Don't tell me the problems, tell me the solutions. All I'm hearing is all the problems that we're having with the horses. And hey, if the HMA is a viable solution and it's going to protect the horses and everything, then that's a different story. But that's not what you had mentioned when you first started. I guess it goes back to my question, and maybe this is more for Mr. Our attorney. Do we have any authority as a county commission, or is this a pure PLM issue?
Chairman, would you like me to respond?
Anybody who has the answer to that, yes.
The county.
Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Federal law preempts state action and let alone county action. The Wild Horse and Burro Act outlines the management of the issues that have been raised. So to answer Commissioner Tarkanian's question, no, the county commissioners don't have regulatory oversight of the public lands.
Mr. Cullum, I have a question. It seems like this horse population continues to grow, and they're not coming from the conquistadores. Where do these horses keep coming from?
So our assessment of that, Commissioner, is that they're being drawn out of the HMA because the HMA is overpopulated at present also. So as the HMA is overpopulated, they move out. So it's back on us to be able to reduce the HMA back down to appropriate management level. The more horses we have, the more they wander. And the more they move off, and especially as they start reaching the fringes of the HMA, if they discover another water source, such as artificial water sources, they will become adapted to that.
This is understood, and I understand the attempt to manage these guys. I've heard a lot of, people have a horse, and maintaining a horse is expensive, and they can't afford it. They take it out in the pine nuts and cut it loose, and they wind up joining the herd. The Fish Springs group, they have a pretty robust program in population control. So are these other horses coming from the HMA into the Fish Springs area, or vice versa? Or is it people cutting horses loose because they can't afford them? What's been your observation?
So I don't think we have a large number of horses that are being cut loose by people. Mainly it's the increase in reproduction on the HMA and the reproduction off the HMA. So it's really wild horses as opposed to domesticated horses that are being turned loose.
Does the BLM have a fertility program?
We do, and like the American Wild Horse Campaign, we have a number of programs that they do to use PCP, and we also, when we typically gather, we'll PCP a number of the mares and send them back out. The issue with this is that when we're so far over the number that the land can sustain, PCP does not catch up to the reproductive nature of the horses.
What's the typical lifespan of a horse?
17 years on the range, 25 years in the Midwest.
Thank you.
I'd like to address a comment Mr. Tarkanian said, Commissioner
Yeah, sure.
Tarkanian, if that's okay.
Please
So,
go ahead.
yeah, Commissioner, my intent was not to present negativity about horses. We manage horses. They're part of the ecosystem. They're part of what we manage. We end up with these issues when the horses become overpopulated or are in areas where they were not intended to be based on the Wild Horse and Burro Act. And that's where we are now. Once they wander so far, and now that we have so many horses on the land, the solutions are elusive. And so we are more than open to meeting with the American Wild Horse Campaign. We're more than open to meeting with the commissioners or a task force that you want to put together to help come up with solutions. So when you pin me down on a solution, there isn't one that everybody's going to accept. We want to come to that solution, but we need to be working together. We need to be guided. I interpret some of the issues that people are asking me to sign off on actually breaking the law. I can't go down that path. So there's got to be other solutions that do not put us in that box of being asked to break the law. And so we are more than open to come up with a task force or a committee or sit down with all the interested people and try to come up with a solution to this issue. It's very elusive.
I'm glad that you stated that, and I understand that this is a very difficult issue. It's been one that's been passionately argued for over a decade now. I'm glad that you want to sit down and discuss it with the other side and try to come to a good solution, because the presentation was all one-sided. The thing that concerns me is you just stated again that there's an overpopulation on the HMA site, and that's why the horses are leaving, along with water elsewhere. And the solution you're providing, at least right now, is that you try to put more of them on there. That's not going to work. This may not be the right time to discuss the type of solution, but I'd like to be a part of it if you are so willing to sit down with the other group and discuss maybe the best solution we can get out of this.
So we would welcome the county to be a participant in those discussions, because it's affecting your constituents. And, it's affecting what we have to manage too. So I think that we'd be more than open to sit down and start working through these issues.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Mr. Cullum, thank you very much for your presentation. As you can probably tell by the backdrop in my on the Zoom, that I'm a strong supporter of certainly the Pine Nuts Wild Horse Advocates. That's one of our local bands that's behind me. Just for the information to the public and to my fellow commissioners, last January, our board, the current board then, issued a proclamation in support of the Pine Nuts Wild Horse Advocates and their efforts to control the local bands. And I wanted to make sure that got back into the record in this meeting. So I submitted that back for supplemental into this meeting. I think what Mr. Tarkanian is expressing in regards to a one-sided process of a presentation, I would ask Mr. Chair that we bring back to the board, hopefully maybe in the next 60 to 90 days, to allow a similar type of presentation from the Pine Nuts Wild Horse Advocates, and invite Mary Chiaffi and her group to make a presentation to this board on what their local efforts are in regards to controlling the local bands that are affecting Douglas County. So I would ask the chair to entertain that process sometime in the next, say, 60 or 90 days, time permitting for us and time permitting for the advocacy group to put together a presentation to present their side. So thank you.
Absolutely, we can extend that courtesy and bring it forward and hear their presentation.
So one quick comment on that. You know, my intention was not to degrade or diminish what the work of the advocacy group is doing, because they've done a remarkable job. It just gets to the point, if there's too many horses, you can only PZP so many, and they will overwhelm the effort.
Are there any further questions?
Mr. Cullum, it wasn't my intention by having that to suggest otherwise. It's just that it's not so much for us, but I think it's important for our community and our public to listen to what the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocacy Group is doing to help in this effort. Okay, so it's not necessarily to present the other side of the coin, so to speak, but let our public know, as they've heard from you today, on the efforts that you making in regards to this issue. I think we'd like the public has an opportunity to also listen to what we're doing locally to help you with this issue.
Appreciate that. And, you know, maybe we can have a third presentation with the assistance of Mr. Commissioner Tarkanian on the solutions we've came up with.
And Mr. Colon, this commission would like to extend our appreciation for your information, and you are not in an enviable position in regard to this or other BLM matters. So if there are no further questions, would everybody go ahead.
Mr. Ingalls, I'm sorry, I almost forgot something. We've had an issue that's it affects the BLM that's kind of put on the back burner over the last several months, and I had phone calls in that regard. And has there been anything happening regarding our possible gravel pit out at Painted Rock? I know that's another BLM issue, and I don't know. Once again, I've had public reach out to me and ask me what's going on with that.
We just got.
I don't know what that was.
I think you're just spammed.
Yeah. The Painted Rock gravel pit is a completely different topic, and we could go on for the rest of the day on these things. So we have a time factor to deal with. So
I wasn't asking for Mr. Chair, I wasn't asking for a presentation today.
We understand all of that.
Okay, thank you.
You have a point. The next item is a presentation in regard to the vacation home rentals at the lake. Now,
thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome, Mr. Coleman. Thank you. Ms. Davidson, before we commence, would everybody like to take a quick 10-minute break?
That would probably be a good idea.
I could, yes, thank you.
Okay, let's reconvene at 11, and we'll pick up on the vacation home rentals.
Thank you, Mr.
Right?
Chair.
Okay. Item number 3, presentation only. Overview of vacation home rentals VHR program in Douglas County. Ms. Davidson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager for the record. I will just say this will be the first time in my career that I have the privilege of following up Ironman. That is a tough act to follow. So thank you for the intermission, sir. That did allow us to get back on track for this meeting. Let me load my presentation now. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right. I'm going to walk you through, the commissioners, through a brief history of vacation home rentals in Douglas County. This has been a topic of conversation for Douglas County for a number of years. But because we have 3 new commissioners on board, I wanted to provide you with some background information so that you could get up to speed as quickly as possible. Vacation home rentals, also known as short-term rentals, have been allowed in Douglas County since 2005. The definition of a vacation home rental is rental of a property for 28 days or less. Platforms like Airbnb, VRBO have created surges in popularity, and with those surges have become increased symptoms and problems in management for Douglas County. In 2017, the BOCC identified a need to amend county code, which started us on this process. In March of 2018, staff sought direction from the County Commission regarding code and researched best practice for their administration and enforcement. In October of 2018, I skipped ahead, sorry. In June of 2018, the county hosted a series of community workshops at the lake. And in September, the board directed that enforcement and ordinances related to VHRs be included in Title 20, and that a $5,000 penalty be enforced for properties that are unpermitted, operating without a permit in the Tahoe Township. At that time, they also limited vacation home activities to the lake only. There was also later a public workshop hosted in the Valley to get input from the Valley residents as well. In October of 2018, staff conducted an online survey with over 1,000 participants. I can tell you the complete results of that survey are available on the county's VHR webpage, as well as all of the materials that I reference in this presentation. We have thousands of pages related to this particular topic. In November of 2018, staff launched Compliance Phase 1 and began efforts to bump up enforcement related to VHRs operating without a permit. In November of 2018, the County Commission directed the county manager to create a task force to bring forward potential solutions related to this program. And then in October 2020, the county manager presented those recommendations for the first time to the County Commission. At that time also, the County Commission, recognizing a need to bump up enforcement, created 1 new code enforcement officer and then later created a 2nd new code enforcement officer related to this work. VHRs by numbers. Here's some statistics on the VHR program. At its peak, we had a high of 608 permitted properties as VHRs in Douglas County. That peak number was in January of 2020. At that time, we had noted and confirmed 135 properties were operating without a permit. When I say confirmed, I mean we had verified the addresses. When you look at VRBO and Airbnb, when people advertise the properties online, they do not typically include the address for that property. They may include photos of that property, but it is sometimes hard to determine where exactly that property is located and who the owner is. So while we have at any given moment between 600 to 1,100 distinct active units advertising as rentals up at the lake, it's difficult to confirm the identity and addresses of those properties for that reason. Currently, as of January 2021, we have 563 permitted properties. The difference between the 608 to the 500 approximately, we saw some decreased rental activity related to COVID. We saw some property owners choosing not to rent and to let their permits expire beginning in March because of the health advisories and the travel advisories from the governor. 123 properties, confirmed properties, are currently operating without a permit. They have been issued letters to cease and desist, and we are in the process of fining. We do give them an opportunity to cease and desist operations before fining because of the way the code is written, and I'll get into that in just a few moments. When we talk about the percentage of total properties operating at the lake as a VHR, when we get to that 608 number, that makes up about 12.5% of the total residential units available up at the lake, just for context. Revenue for the program. Staff estimate that revenue in a typical year would generate between $1.9 to $2 million in transit occupancy tax and transient lodging license tax, and an additional $150,000 in fees. We currently charge approximately $400 for a new permit and $260 for a renewal application. I can tell you that those fees in no way cover our operating costs for this program. Currently, we have received approximately $1.4 million in total tax revenue through November 30th of 2020, not 2021. I apologize for the typo. So that would be for this fiscal year. The reason for the delay in the revenue reporting, why that's a November number and not a more current number, is our taxes are collected about a month out, a month behind from where when the debt is incurred or when the tax is owed, if that makes sense. I have a chart on the right on this slide, which I think is a little bit more easily understood when it's converted to a pie chart. I have received a question about where vacation home rental revenue goes. And I can tell you it goes to a variety of entities pursuant to county code and also Nevada revised statute. The majority of the revenue received, the tax revenue received, about 65% of it, goes to lake promotion entities up the lake. Then also a portion goes to state, about 3%. 7% goes to Tahoe Transportation District for road expenses. 1% goes to the Douglas County General Fund Administration, and about 24% goes to County Parks and Recreation. Just to give you a brief overview of the highlights of Douglas County Code as it currently operates and is written. I mentioned already that vacation home rentals are only allowed to be permitted in the Tahoe Township at this time. They are required to undergo a fire, life, and safety inspection prior to receiving a permit and also at the time of renewal. Occupancy is limited currently to 2 persons per bedroom plus 4, and overnight parking is required to be on site at assigned parking areas, in assigned parking areas. Overnight hours are defined as between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. in county code. The operator must use best efforts to ensure occupants do not disturb the peace. And upon notification, they are required to resolve any issues related to noise to the best of their abilities. That's written in code that way. Operators are required to post permit and conditions of the permit inside the rental prior to renting the property. A local contact person responsible for responding to any calls from the sheriff must reside in Douglas County and respond when they are called. Operators are also required to pay transient occupancy tax and transient lodger's license tax. That's a mouthful. I apologize. That's it. That's the highlights of code. And I can tell you code is seriously deficient and needs to be revised.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, Commissioner Tarkanian, you have the floor.
Yeah, so this is another area that I've been inundated with calls, emails, and contacts from residents because this is an issue that's affecting so many people. And I understand there some people feel that there's a property right to be able to rent their home out, even though it's in a residential area, as they see fit. But equally as important is for people who live in the neighborhood to be able to enjoy the quiet enjoyment of their home in which they purchased. And again, in a residential area, there needs to be that needs to be protected. And I would just give a personal example. When I was living in Las Vegas, I lived in area right near downtown Las Vegas. So it was a prime area for people to rent out their homes. I had 3 young girls that were 10 and under at the time. And there would be people renting homes next to us where you could smell the marijuana, you could hear the loud parties, their cussing, drinking, and sometimes nudity. And I just couldn't believe that this type of behavior would be allowed in a residential area. I'm, again, sympathetic to the people who own the homes that want to rent them. And if there's a way to make that work, then I think that's fine. But we need to protect the people who are living in those communities. And I'm just going to mention a few things. Basically, what I hope we can do, because there's so many people that are have asked, mentioned the urgency about this issue, that we can get this on the agenda in the next meeting, where we can talk about changing some of the code, the Douglas County Code that was just put up there, 20.622. My looking at this is a few things that I'd like to bring up just off the top. To only charge a $5,000 fine for an unpermitted VHR use is extremely low. In fact, many rentals are probably getting at least $500,000 on one occasion. So we're gonna, what is the discouragement of somebody to not be permitted and run this thing if they're going to get their money in maybe 1 week of a rental on this? And as the presentator mentioned, there's 18% of all known VHRs that are not permitted. 18% of what we know. In fact, so there's probably at least double that, 36% that are probably out there that we're not getting paid. And I think the low fine is one of them. That should be increased substantially. And I think anybody who has an unpermitted VHR should never have the opportunity to apply for a permit. I think the $500, let me see if I can find it. The $500 fine, let me just go off in order. One of the requirements is that they list, when they get a permit, they list the name and address and telephone number of the person who owns the home. I think there should be, and maybe not a public record, but there should be access that the people in the county can have of the people that are renting the homes on their the VHRs, so that we know if there is a violation, we can go after those people for additional fines. The annual permit fee, $416 for a new permit, $260 for a renewal, is extremely low. It's not covering the cost of what we have right now, and the enforcement is wholly inadequate, and that should be increased substantially. I don't understand also the occupants, you allow two people to a bedroom and 4 additional people. I mean, that's unreasonable in my opinion. It only leads to having overcrowded homes that cause these type of parties and stuff. That should be significantly reduced. Where you hold an owner responsible if they don't use their best efforts to keep noise and disturbances down. What does best efforts mean? I mean, there's got to be, sure, you don't want to unnecessarily fine owners that aren't at fault, but they got to do a much better job preventing this stuff because they're affecting their neighbors and stuff. I think that should be strengthened significantly. If the owner's away, they use the best efforts to permit the occurrences. If the owner's away, I can't understand my notes in there, I apologize. So anyways, and then also finally, I think that the areas, I understand that the board has made a determination, or I believe that they don't want to allow VHRs in the valley, but they will allow them in the Tahoe Township. Well, although the Tahoe Township isn't the same, the resort corridor area is much more inclined to have these type of uses and fit in with the area there than areas such as Zephyr Cove or Glenbrook. And I think there should be restrictions put in there. There's a lot of stuff that should be changed. I think it needs to be done soon. I hope that we can get this on the board agenda soon. That's all.
Commissioner Tarkanian, if I may, we recognize everything that you're talking about, and the VHR problem up at the lake started several commissions ago, and nothing was done by the county or the commissioners. So today we have this problem and we're dealing with it. Now, all of the things that you talk about need to be enforced. I agree, but we need code enforcement folks who will go and enforce those codes. Up until recently, we had no code enforcement officers in the county, 0. The last one we had quit. So what we have done subsequent to that time, establish a code enforcement office and 4 code enforcement officers, and hopefully in the near future, we'll have a chief code enforcement officer to administer it. And the review of the fines, agreed, those need to be reviewed. The other thing is that these code enforcement officers need the support of the county of what they're doing. And they are now being issued badges, and so they go out there and they have authority. Ms. Davidson, do you have a badge there with you by any chance?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. I was not actually done with my presentation. When I said that was it, I meant to say that that's what code contains. And I do have a few more slides for you if you're willing to entertain me. It's just 2 more.
I apologize. I didn't mean to jump in.
My bad. I said that's it, and I apologize. I need to do a better job communicating. Give me just one moment. I'll reshare my screen. Thank you.
It requires a great deal of expertise, and there were thoughts about, well, we'll combine code enforcement with the sheriff's department. Well, no, it's a completely different animal, and law enforcement and code enforcement are not at all the same thing. And I'm sure that the sheriff's department doesn't need the headache, but the sheriff's department is going to get involved because we're going to need additional deputies to help to enforce things that are not within the purview of code enforcement, parking, noise, and some of these other things, and illegal activities that go on in these homes. So there's a whole litany of things that we're working towards getting our arms around this. And we're only in the first, 30 days of having, how many code enforcement officers do we have on staff now, Ms. Davison?
We now have, we will have 4. You have added 2 positions that will be dedicated full-time to this.
Okay, that's 4 code enforcement officers, and we've never had that many before. And they will become highly experienced in learning and enforcing the codes out there. You look at the number of bandit VHR operations, shoot, quick calculation tells me that you find them $5,000. Well, that's about $650,000 some odd dollars right there. But if we don't have the code enforcement officers being able to go out and find these things, it's pointless. So our first action was to get this department up and running. Everything is secondary, and we're just whistling in the wind, because if we can't enforce the codes, what's the point of even having codes? But this is changing right now. So, Ms. Davison, if you have more to add, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to our current staffing levels, I can tell you that prior to November 2020, the county had allocated approximately 1.5 full-time equivalent positions to this. We had 1 code enforcement officer working on this full-time, and we had a number of staff who were dedicating a portion of their time to this problem, myself included in that. I think the 0.5 actually grossly underestimates just how much time staff are dedicating to this. I think my time has been allocated to 0.5 to this particular problem. We are in the process of hiring those 2 new code enforcement officer positions. On your screen in front of you is a picture of the badges that they are going to be receiving. The background checks are underway. We have just 1 additional hurdle for them to clear before they come to work, but we are expecting them by mid-February. And then I just wanted to allude to the work of the task force. The task force and I spent a significant amount of time and a significant number of hours discussing this issue. We submitted to the county manager a 17-page report with multiple recommendations. He agreed with those recommendations and added some additional recommendations and submitted his reports to the county commission in November of last year. I expect that he is going to be revisiting this topic with you, but I do just want to take a moment to thank the work of the task force members. We asked them to volunteer their time. They took this task very seriously. I would please ask you to read their recommendations. I can tell you, as part of the work that they did, we provided them with a number of reference materials which are on this screen. Each of these reference materials are available on the Douglas County website, the VHR Task Force page. If you are interested in reading any of these documents, I can tell you it's over 1,000 pages total that this group did review prior to making their recommendations. At this time, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would defer any remaining time to the county manager if he has anything to add.
Any of the commissioners have any questions of Ms. Davidson or comments in regard to this topic? Mr. Cates?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add our approach to this, because we have new board members. Our purpose today was to just kind of give you an overview of the program such as it exists today. As the Assistant County Manager referred to, we had a VHR task force. They worked on this issue for months, and they have a slew of recommendations and some that I've added of my own. For our next meeting, the intent is to go over those recommendations and have a dialogue with the board and try to get some direction on any kind of other changes you want to see, whether it's from the VHR task force or your own ideas about how we could change regulations, and get some good direction from you at the next meeting, so that we then come forward with revisions to regulations in like March and April.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Danny, I don't know if, okay, so Commissioner Tarkanian. I think you must have stolen my playbook, because what you said earlier certainly echoed and felt like you were reading directly out of my playbook. Anyways, Ms. Davidson, I appreciate this report and the effort you put in to this, and very useful information. And I appreciate your efforts with the task force over the last couple of years. I do have a couple of questions. Besides the TOT tax and the TLLT tax, is there not also an additional $5 per night surcharge that was generated by the Nevada State Legislature 2 years ago? That's over and above the TOT and the TLLT tax. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that $5 surcharge was supposed to be directed directly to the payment of the, or the creation of the, and the building of the event center. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So my observation here is that a substantial amount of funds are going to, out of this program, of the $2 million that we're generating in this program in TOT and TLLT tax. I keep getting that mixed up. A substantial amount of funds go to the promotion of the lake and promotion of the convention center. However, none of that can be directed into the enforcement of this program. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. The only funds that can be utilized for the enforcement of this program are the fees that we collect when we issue the permit.
So they enjoy the financial benefits, but we have to pay for that financial benefit to them, is my observation. And I don't think they're sharing equally in the enforcement of this program. And I don't know that, Nevada revised statutes ties our hands in regards to doing that. So while they enjoy the financial benefits, the taxpayers of this county have to come up with a method of enforcing this. And that troubles me. We're obviously not charging enough on these permits and on these fines, as Mr. Tarkanian indicated, to pay for our enforcement. And so while we're dumping resources into additional code enforcement officers, that's on the backs of the taxpayers throughout the county to enforce a program that is not of great benefit to the majority of the county. So that troubles me. So anyways, I am also, as Commissioner Tarkanian indicated, I'm looking forward to having something that's actionable come before this board in a couple of weeks, so that we can try to wrap our arms around this program and get it under control for the welfare and benefit of those landowners, those property owners that are being inundated in their neighborhoods with this program. So, I'll just leave it at that, and thank you once again for your presentation.
Commissioner Gardner, in regard to some of the things that are concerned to you, budget season is coming up, and these items will be addressed at that time. You know, and we want people to understand those badges are not some cereal box badges. It's a big, heavy badge, and we're serious about that. And Ms. Davidson, well, we've got you on the line here. If you could, get the hat sizes of all of the code enforcement officers, because I'm going to get them all cowboy hats. They look like Texas Rangers out there. Because this is serious. So, Commissioner Rice.
Yes, sir. Thank you. While we have the assistant county manager on the phone here, Jennifer, it's my understanding that when we finally get this thing going, the fees, fines, and everything else will completely fund the enforcement of the regulations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is the recommendation of the task force as well as the county manager, that the fees be revised to collect 100% of the expenses related to the administration and enforcement efforts.
Thank you. And as you know, most of the phone calls, complaints, emails, letters that I get have to do with VHRs and the problems that they're causing in the neighborhoods. In living right around the corner from one of the most infamous party houses up here at the lake, I understand they're paying, trust me. One of the things that people have commented on, and I'm throwing this out here so that perhaps when you come back with your recommendations, this can be included. One of the problems is these people are not paying for trash pickup, and the people that are renting their houses are just leaving their trash in front of the house or on the porch or wherever, which is attracting the critters, namely the big furry critter called a bear. And one of the things I would like to see in here is mandatory trash pickup, and number one, and number two, mandatory bear boxes for the rental properties. Those are a couple of things that have been mentioned numerous times by the people that I've talked to. And another one is coming up with some mechanism. One of the big problems is they come up and they have more cars than they're allowed, and then they're parking on the street or in other people's driveways. And the sheriff's department doesn't seem to be able to cite any of these because we don't have a overnight parking ordinance or any way of determining are they really at that house or at a different house. So those are a couple of the issues I would like to see talked about and resolved during this process.
Chairman Engels, one last statement. You know, I hope that the fees pay for the enforcement and the fines are a surplus. The fees are what should fund the enforcement of it. Any fines are going to be, first of all, speculative and hopefully go down once enforcement takes effect. And the fines have got to be significant enough to deter these type of misuse of the VHRs.
One of the ways that,
go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that, just jumping in here. One of the ways we resolved it when we were really having a problem with the party house here on Paiute was the neighborhood got together and filed a complaint against the owner for attractive nuisance and filed charges. The DA filed charges and we went to court. And he did a plea bargain, surprise. They did a plea bargain, but that resolved the problem, at least with that owner. And he was to pay $500 per complaint every time somebody called to complain.
Now, what the code says, and this is what I was looking for, is the owner pays $500 every day after it learns of the nuisance and doesn't correct it. First of all, they're getting over $500 to rent the place. So it's like 1 day of rental. Second of all, they get a day for it to occur before they get fined at all. I think that's another area that's completely inefficient.
And I think that's something we need to look at, and I think that is being looked at. So anyway, Jennifer, thank you for all the work you've been putting into this. I know I've been a pain because this is my biggest complaint that I get up here at the lake is the VHRs and other parking problems, but those can be resolved through the Sheriff's Department. But anyway, thank you for all that you've done, and I look forward to the final product.
Commissioner Rice, may I suggest you format an agenda item in regard to bear boxes up there, and we'll get that as an ordinance. And Commissioner Tarkanian, some of these things you're talking about, bring them forth as an action item. And we'll just start going at it one thing at a time. And you're correct on all of it. Commissioner Gardner?
Well, I like the idea, and I concur on the thought process that once we identify who these unpermitted VHR renters are, that they not be permitted to then come forward and apply for a permit, that they be locked out of the system completely.
These are all good things.
Yeah.
These should be, the item that's before us right now is an overview of the VHRs by Ms. Davidson. These are all agenda items that should be brought forth for meetings in the future. So I would appreciate if all of you would think about, these as agenda items, and one at a time, because we're going to have to get the ordinances in. We're going to have to make adjustments to the fees charged and all of these things. And we could go on discussing this ad nauseum here, but the purpose of this thing was to provide an overview, and we understand all of these problems. So we've got to start coming at it from the standpoint of action items on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Davidson, good work, and I like those badges. What can I get one? All right. Onward and upward. Item number 4, for presentation only, providing an overview and review of revised projections for Douglas County's major revenue sources for fiscal year 2021 based on actual revenues through November 2020 and revised projections for the remainder of the fiscal year. Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. The first item I have today is for presentation only. This is an update of revenue projections. Little background, we did the budget last year. We had the tentative budget, which we did revenue projections for, and that was in March. And right about that time, something happened called COVID. And so we changed all of our revenue projections for the between the tentative and final budget. And what I've done today is go through, and if I could share my screen. I guess not. Okay. What I've done is take the performance for this fiscal year so far and compare it to what I projected. And I will walk you through a few of the projections. The first item is general fund, and these are, there's no change in property taxes. Consolidated tax, when we did the original projections for last year, they were done in April for the final budget. And we were right in the middle of the pandemic. And so we expected sales tax to be done, businesses were going to be shut down. However, due to some changes in reporting and other economic factors, we do not experience a drop in C-tax, in consolidated tax, which is derived from sales tax and other taxes. Other things we thought that might be affected would be gaming. At that time, casinos were shut down, so we expected that the license fees we get on the machines would be reduced because the casinos would be shut down. Really not much of that has happened.
Yeah, I haven't been admitting anybody, but there's somebody got in using your name, some weird message.
Also, building, engineering, permits, we thought those would be decreased. People wouldn't be building. The economy was going to be disrupted. That has not been the case, and combination of that with better budgeting practices has resulted in increased projections for this fiscal year. One area that is down is fines and forfeitures. This is really related to the delays in the court system. And right now we're projecting a shortfall in that area, but it's not significant to the entire general fund. And that's it. If there's questions on general fund, again, this is for presentation only. We are not asking for an increase in the budget at this time because I feel it's still, Mr. Cates and I feel it's still very uncertain what's going to happen. So there's no action to be taken. This is just informational. But I'd be happy to answer questions on general fund.
Ms. Willoughby, I think your assessment about the future of the economy is anybody's guess.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. As a county, we've been pretty fortunate to have held up okay. Are there any revenue areas that have taken a particularly hard hit?
Not in the general fund other than fines and forfeitures, and that could be just a delay that may catch up by the end of the year. It just depends on if they don't hear cases. There's been several delays in court processes. So if they don't hear the cases, they can't assess the fines. So that may catch up by the end of the fiscal year, but I don't see that as significant to the general fund at all.
Thank you. We're still issuing marriage licenses, aren't we not?
Correct. And that's really not a significant revenue source,
No.
but it is still happening.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? All right. We will move on to item number 5, which is for
that was just the general fund. I kind of wanted to walk you through the other two.
Okay.
Barry, I think you can share your screen now if you want to.
Thank you.
These are action items. You want to take them one at a time or do them all at once?
Right now, this part of the revenue projections are only for presentation only, but I'd be happy if you don't have any questions on the other two revenue projections, I could move on to the action items.
I think we're good, Ms. Willoughby, and thank you for those numbers. It's reassuring for the county, and we're in a lot better position than the state of Nevada, for sure. All right, item number 5 for possible action. Review of CARES Act expenditures for fiscal year 2019, 20 through 21, and provide possible direction to the staff to present this information to the Douglas County Audit Committee. Ms. Willoughby.
Yeah, Terry Willoughby for the record. Thank you, Chairman. This is an item to provide, I was asked to provide a detailed line item listing of CARES Act expenditures, and there is a Dropbox link in the body of the item where those detailed spreadsheets are located, and they're available for viewing by the public and by the board. As you know, we've had expenditures that started in March of 2020. We were authorized 8.9 million. So there's a worksheet for each month that ties to the state report for that month. Our auditors will be auditing this as part of the single audit, federal single audit. This is obviously our major federal program for fiscal year 2021. Also, Moss Adams, our internal auditors,
are performing subrecipient monitoring if we pass through money to any other agency, such as East Fork Fire District or East Fork Swim District, any of those other agencies, we are required to make sure that they expend the money similar to as if we were expending it. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on this item.
Any commissioners have any question? Commissioner Gardner?
Yes. Ms. Willoughby, do we have, and thank you for this very comprehensive report, by the way. Do we have, and I'm on my computer, so I don't have the hard copy in front of me, so I can't see. Did we have any, did we allocate all $8.9 million of the CARES Act money to expenses in the 20, well, through December 31st of 2020?
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. Excellent question. Terry Willoughby for the record. We did claim all of our expenses through December 2020. It was very uncertain as to whether there was actually going to be an extension. I believe it was actually approved after the CARES Act had expired. The original expiration date was December 30th, 2020. So we did a deadline in order to make sure we didn't give any money back.
Any further questions? Comments? Would somebody care to bring a motion forward to accept this review of the CARES Act funds? Mr. Gardner?
I guess nobody wants to see the raise their hand. So I would move for the review to approve the review of the CARES Act expenditures for fiscal years 2019, 2020, and 2020-21, and direct staff to present this information to the Douglas County Audit Committee for review.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And we have a motion by Commissioner Gardner and a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion is carried. Item number 6, for possible action, discussion on the adoption of resolution 2021R-010, which increases or augments the Douglas County fiscal year 2021 budget in the Capital Projects Fund by $8.190250 from greater than anticipated opening fund balances as noted. Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby for the record. A little background on what adjusted opening fund balance is. Each year when we prepare the budget, we estimate what the beginning fund balance is going to be for each fund. And then we compare that with the actual audited fund balance. Under Nevada revised statutes, we can only increase budgets if there's greater than anticipated fund balance, so our actual was greater than what we projected, or if there's additional revenue. This particular item is for what is called a capital project fund, and capital project funds are segregated by funding source. So there you can see there's several, and this money can't be used for anything else other than capital projects or capital outlay. So we couldn't fund VHR programs through these particular capital projects. These are for like roads and county construction projects. And I'd be happy to go through each fund and talk about where the source of funding is, if that's valuable to the commission.
Any of the commissioners have any questions? Comments? Commissioner Gardner.
Ms. Willoughby, are these one-time funds, or are these, in other words, I guess my question is capital projects funds. Could we, and this is greater funds over $8 million over what we anticipated. Could this be set aside and directed to for instance, the possible fund of upgrading our JLEC Center, or would that be not possible?
Commissioner Gardner, great question. And I want to also note that these funds are primarily going to fund existing purchase orders and contracts that are already in place or projects that were already approved. We have not included any new projects in these augments. So it would also depend on the funding source. For example, on page 395 of your packet is ad valorem capital projects. This is coming from a property tax that's specifically designated for certain uses, and we may not be within those certain uses to fund JLEC. Or for example, on page 397, Fund 420 Park Residential Construction Tax. The funding from that is a construction tax on new development that is charged, that is specifically designated to fund parks. So each has kind of a unique requirement.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to figure out whether or not we can start setting some funds aside. And what is it? County Construction Fund 410. So we couldn't start setting aside funds for perhaps the upgrade of the JLEC Center. Is that something we would have to direct in the budget discussions coming up?
That, Terry Willoughby, that would be something we will cover during the CIP process in the budget to develop a long-term financing plan.
Okay, thank you.
We want to fund the priorities of the board.
Okay.
Any other questions? Comments?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt resolution 2021 R-010 approving Douglas County fiscal year 2020-2021 budget increases or augments in various capital projects funds using funding from the difference between the fiscal year 2019-2020 projected ending balance and the actual audited ending balance, fund balance as presented.
I second that mouthful.
That's why I've been keeping my mouth shut.
Commissioner Wright brought a motion forward and seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. All right. Ms. Willoughby, you're still up in the batter's box here.
I am.
Item number 6, or excuse me, number 7. For possible action, discussion on the adoption of resolution 2021R011, which increases or augments the Douglas County fiscal year 2021 budgets in the debt services fund by $3,799 from greater than anticipated opening fund balances as noted. Ms. Willoughby?
Yeah, take Terry Willoughby for the record. So there are 3 types of funds in government. There's enterprise funds or proprietary funds that are funded by their own fees, like our utility funds. Those carry their debt within their own little fund because it's the method of accounting. And then there's fiduciary funds where it's not our money, we're sending it over to somebody else. What is left is governmental funds. Governmental funds don't carry debt within their own fund. It's in a debt service fund. So this is what this fund is, and it's just to pay the debt obligations of the governmental funds.
Any comments, any questions from the board?
No.
Who wants to tackle this motion?
Well, I was waiting for Mr. Rice, but he walked away. So.
I just had a phone call with somebody wanting to sell me an insurance policy on my engine. So. I'm sure that none of you have gotten those calls.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I will move for the adoption of resolution 2021R-011, which increases or augments the Douglas County fiscal year 2020-21 budget in depth service fund by $3,799 from greater than anticipated opening fund balance as noted.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gardner and a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion is carried. We've got three more items. Where are we at time-wise? It's you want to just go through these and get them done, and then we'll take a break for lunch. Is that
Sounds reasonable, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, item number 8, for possible action, discussing the adoption of resolution 2021R-013, which increases or augments Douglas County fiscal year 2021 budget in motor pool fund by $611,801 from the greater than anticipated operating fund balance as noted. Ms. Willoughby.
Will be for the record. Again, this is one of the type of proprietary funds. This is called an internal service fund. So all the activities of all the county's fleet services are maintained in this, and it's financed by charges that are charged from other departments and other funds that go into this fund. So this is, the detail is on page 407 of your packet. Again, just existing purchase orders and approved purchases and funding those.
This includes tires, right?
Ooh.
No, I take great comfort in having Miss Willoughby in the accounting department.
I'm not laughing, yes.
She's on this stuff like a duck on a June bug. So we know it's happening.
And the one, and I would note that on page 407, the one new item is the vehicles for the new code enforcement officers, because they will need vehicles to perform their task.
That's right.
Can we throw some cowboy hats in on that?
Not from this fund, no.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, I move that we adopt resolution 2021R-013, approving Douglas County fiscal year 2020-21 budget increases or augments in the motor pool fund using funding from the difference between the fiscal year 2019-2020 projected ending balance and the actual audited ending fund balance as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It was a little slow on the draw there.
I didn't want to trip over Mr. Tarkanian.
Okay.
I don't want to monopolize everybody.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Now, the motion is carried. Item number 9 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of resolution 2021R-012, which increases or augments the Douglas County budget fiscal year 2021 budgets in enterprise fund by $7,063. No, that's $7 million. $63,061 from greater than anticipated opening fund balances as noted. Ms. Willoughby.
Terry Willoughby for the record. Again, these are proprietary funds. We have several enterprise funds that are, their source comes from the fees that they charge customers. So we have the Regional Water Fund, Sewer Utility, Douglas County Water Utility, and the Airport Fund. So again, no new projects. These are just existing commitments that we are rolling over into the new fiscal year.
Any comments or questions from the board? Wes, you want to come up to
I'll
bat?
take a shot at it. I was waiting for Danny to jump in here. Okay, I move that we adopt resolution 2021 R-012, approving Douglas County fiscal year 2020-21 budget increases or augments in various enterprise funds, using funding from the difference between the fiscal year 2019-2020 projected ending balance and the actual audited ending fund balance as presented.
I will second it.
We have.
Well, thanks for that.
Commissioner Gardner.
Well, I would just like to say that I'm glad that we are actually being able to increase versus trying to find areas where we need to cut. That's a credit to Commissioner Engels and Commissioner Rice and Ms. Willoughby and Patrick Cates for having the foresight to take a look at the possible cutbacks that we were going to have to make through COVID. So I'm pleased to support this.
Well, Wes, that's very commendable. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Onward to item number 10. For possible action, discussion on the adoption of resolution 2021 R-014, which increases or augments Douglas County's fiscal year 2021 budget in the Redevelopment Agency Capital Projects Fund by $3,737,120 from greater than anticipated opening fund balances as noted. Ms. Willoughby?
It's Terry Willoughby for the record. This is the last little bit of RDA 1. We're not collecting assessments on that anymore. However, there were projects that were already committed to, and the projects are listed for you on page 418 of the packet.
This is primarily for the Genoa area and those projects they're working on out there.
Mm-hmm.
Have they been drawing down funds for those projects?
They have. I just signed a voucher this week, and the other large project is Vista Grande that was previously approved.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or Commissioner Gardner?
Well, I got a few calls on this, and they were questioning whether or not this was still RDA 1, and I assured them that that's what's on the agenda. I understand, Ms. Willoughby, that this fund continues to collect interest. Is that correct on a regular basis?
For the record, that's correct, because interest is distributed based on cash balance. So as there's still cash, there's still interest.
Okay, good deal.
Okay, Commissioner Rice, if you want to bring a motion, and then Commissioner Tarkanian, you can second it if you choose to do so.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I move that we adopt resolution 2021 R-014, approving Douglas County fiscal year 2020-21 budget increases or augments in the Redevelopment Agency Capital Projects Fund, using funding from the difference between fiscal year 2019-2020 projected ending balance and the actual audited ending fund balance as presented.
I second.
All those in favor by signifying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The motion carries. Ms. Willoughby, are you still there? There you are. I'd like to express that personally, we take great comfort in having you in charge of the finance department, because boy, it was like a mess when you got in there. So, what you've accomplished and done, it's been a lot of work, and we recognize what you have done, and we appreciate immensely your integrity, your professionalism, and everything you've done for the county. So thank you.
Thank you.
Agreed.
So, Ms. Willoughby, we got through this, and you can take off for lunch.
We still beat 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, we're right on the money here. Reconvene at 1 o'clock for the remainder of the agenda items. Is that okay with everyone?
Sounds good.
Okay.
That works. Thank you.
Concur.
Thank
We'll be
you.
back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Willoughby.
All commissioners are present. Start. We're on item number 11. For possible action, discussion to approve the appointment of Brian Davis to the Minden Town Advisory Board to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of a member in accordance with the County Code 1802040 and NRS 245.170. The appointee will serve the remaining unexpired term of January 21 through December 31, 22. Mr. Frisbee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for having us on the agenda today. We're happy to be here. This is always a process that we don't enjoy, but here we are. We're really happy with the way it's worked out. Just a little introductions. I do have here with me Brian Davis. He's here for the board with any questions at the end. And then I have Susie Jackson, who is our current chairwoman, here to help support Brian in this. Little background, back in December, Mr. Bernard turned in his resignation. He had 10 years and felt that it was time for him to bow out. And so we began the process like we have in the past of soliciting candidates through the application process. We solicited through the newspaper, through social media avenues, similar that we have in the past. We were really happy with the outcome. I think in your packet, you have the 4 candidates applications. We had really strong candidates. It was a good problem to have. So in the January board meeting, all the applicants had an opportunity to speak to the board. And at that time, it was determined that Brian was the name that the board wanted to put forth to the BOCC today. And with that said, I'm here for any questions. Brian's here if you have any questions or a little more formal introduction, and Susie's here as well. So thank you.
Brian, could you give us a little history on yourself and your experiences and profession and so forth?
Absolutely. I've been in Douglas County family moved here in 1978, graduated Douglas High School in 88.
Brian, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I can't quite hear you. Could you move closer to the microphone, please?
No problem. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Brian Davis, our family moved here in 1978. I'm an 88 graduate at Douglas High School, same as Sheriff Coverly. We graduated at the same time together in one of the smaller classes that's been happening lately. But anyway, I've lived in Douglas County after college, came back in 95 and moved to the town of Minden just a couple years ago, lived over off of Stephanie there for a while. Career-wise, currently I'm working as a sales and marketing director at Duncan Golf, which has courses in Reno, Washoe Valley, and Carson City. No courses in Douglas County. And we just picked up a management contract out in Elko. However, so with that, my previous career was up at the lake. I worked at Edgewood Tahoe for 10 years, and that's where I had some experience on some boards there. In addition to that, I also spent a couple years as a Douglas County Planning Commissioner. So it just felt some of that experience with the opening with Matt leaving. This would be a good opportunity for me after a couple year break to come back and find a way to serve. And obviously by living here for so long and raising my children here, I have a daughter at Carson Valley Middle School and a son at Douglas High School. This is a great place to live and grow up. And the goal is to maintain this quality of life for them and everyone else.
Thank you. As a sidebar, you went to school with Sheriff Coverly. I went to college in Idaho with his mom and dad.
Oh, nice.
Small world.
Absolutely. Well, and I will say that, and I just have to bring this up, I met Commissioner Tarkanian's dad when I was at UNLV as a freshman in the dorms, and had just an incredible experience when they won the national championship. So an incredible time.
Commissioner Tarkanian's dad has quite a reputation here in Nevada and beyond.
Absolutely.
You were there during the good times.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, part of the bad times.
All right. If anybody has any further questions, this is the time to ask. This is an action item. Would anybody care to bring a motion forward?
Somehow or another, I think.
Okay.
I'll take a stab at this then.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll preface my motion by saying that JD and the board, the Mindentown board, I read all four applicants' resumes, and it's pleased to see that other boards have just as daunting of task as we do in trying to appoint members of the community to fill our vacancies. So you appeared to have that same task, and I don't envy you in that regard. So anyways, at this time, I will move to appoint Brian Davis to the Mindentown Advisory Board for a 2-year unexpired term of January 2021 through December 31st, 2022, as presented.
Commissioner Tarkanian, would you care to second that?
Yes, I will second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Do I hear a vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? No, the motion carries. Well, Mr. Davis, congratulations. You're going to start taking arrows now.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay.
Good luck.
Item 12 has been covered, so we'll move on to agenda item 13. For possible action, discussion to approve the nomination of a county commissioner or other county official for appointment by Governor Sisolak to the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council pursuant to NRS 321.740. Patrick Cates.
You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted,
Patrick.
Sorry about that. So let me start again. So the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council, or SLUPAC, is a 17-member state board appointed by the governor. Plus they have a non-voting member from NACO. The way the statute reads, each county commission has the ability to nominate an individual to represent their county on the council. And then that name is forwarded to the governor for appointment. The purpose of SLUPAC is, I guess in a nutshell, to advise state lands and the governor about land use issues concerning state lands and federal lands. There's no particular criteria in statute for members of this board. However, looking at the membership of the board that each county has appointed, most of them are county commissioners. Others are county staff. There's a county manager, planning manager, people like that on there. So I don't think this would be an appropriate appointment for members of the public, but you could basically appoint any county official that you choose. Back in January, the board nominated Commissioner Tarkanian for this position, and he subsequently made a request for the board to consider another nomination. And as I said, this is a nomination. It goes to the governor for appointment to the state.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a clarification?
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
That wasn't entirely accurate. What happened was we were going through the committee positions, and I was asked to be on this committee, and I said, okay, I would. And then afterwards, I was asked by Mr. Gardner if that he had somebody that he wanted to go on. Then I said, well, I'm on a lot of committees already, and between running my kids all around the school and everything, I said that would be fine. I can step aside, and I did. So I thought he was taken over. Then I understand that didn't work out, and now I understand that maybe the chairman has somebody that he would like to be on there. if we need a county commissioner on there, I'll do it. I just, I was spreading myself a little thin, but it wasn't because I didn't want to be on it. It was just I was accommodating Mr. Gardner at first, and if the other person that the chairman has would do a very good job, that's great. If not, if you need me to do it, I'll step up and do it.
Well, Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, and I appreciate what Mr. Tarkanian is saying. And, when Patrick indicated to us during these appointments on January 4th that this wasn't necessarily the need to have a commissioner serve on that, we had a number of the members of our community reach out to us and indicate that should one of the commissioners not wish to serve on this, that they would be interested in doing so. We have, and that's what inspired my contact with Commissioner Tarkanian regarding this. I wasn't sure whether he had a burning desire. And as he's indicating, we all have quite a few committees to participate on, myself included. We have a member of our community who is our vice chair of our planning commission, Maureen Casey, and she has previously served as the mayor of Santa Rosa and been involved in land use issues, and is very articulate and concerned about the land use issues within Nevada, and would like to represent our county on this board should one of the commissioners not wish to serve. And so I don't know whether, Mr. Case, do we have to put this out to the public, or could we make a decision on that today, or what is our possible action here?
So you could nominate somebody today. It does not have to go out to the public. As I said, there are public officials and commissioners from all the counties on the board currently. You can nominate whoever you want.
Then at this time, then I would nominate Planning Commissioner, Vice Chair of our Planning Commission, Maureen Casey, to serve as our representative to the SLUPAC Commission for the state of Nevada, and send that name to Governor Sisolak for appointment.
Is there a second? I'll second that motion for Maureen. So we have a first and a second to appoint Maureen Casey. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, it looks like Maureen Casey has a new job. And she's pretty good on the planning commission too. So we have a good representative out there. She'll do us well.
And once again, Mr. Tarkanian, thank you very much. That I don't think we've done an injustice to the county in this process. So thank you.
Wes, do you have a comment?
No, sir. I'm sorry. I was scratching my ear.
I can't tell on this.
Okay. I thought he was placing a bid on something there.
Yeah. All right. Item 14. For possible action, discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators or by entities permitted by the Nevada State Legislature to submit bill draft requests or such legislative issues that may impact Douglas County as may be determined appropriate by the Board of County Commissioners. Mr. Case, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a PowerPoint for you. Before I start that, just a couple comments. So the Nevada Legislature convened this week for this agenda item. We will have this on future agendas from now at least until April, or maybe longer while the session is going on, so that if any bills come up that the board wants to take a position on, they have the option of doing that, and just to generally keep you informed of what's going on at the legislature. As I said, it's just started now. We're just starting to see some bills. in future meeting agendas, I will have a list of bills that we're tracking, so you'll have some material to look at in advance of the meeting. But the legislature moves very fast, so I'm sure each time I'm going to come forward with things that maybe you didn't see in your packet. But I just want to kind of go over the process a little bit, and there's a few things that I want to talk about that you may want to take a position on. So let me go ahead and start my presentation. Now let me share my screen. Okay, I assume everybody can see that. Okay, very good. Where's that going? Guess I have to do it over here. Okay. Here we go. All right, so the first thing I want to go over is just a little bit of the timelines for the legislature and talk about how that'll impact us. So February 1st, the 81st regular session of the Nevada legislature convened, also known as the 2021 session. There's several important deadlines. February 8th, which is next week, there's a deadline for legislators to submit bill drafts to the Legislative Counsel Bureau. So legislators will come up with concepts for bills. They may have language they want to use or just concepts. They give that to LCB Legal, and the attorneys draft the bills. Then those bills get introduced as bills, but they start out as bill draft requests. And sometimes we have information on bill draft requests, just some descriptions, and sometimes we see some language, but usually not a lot of information when they're bill drafts. March 15th is a deadline for legislators' bills to be introduced. So when a bill comes out of LCB, it is assigned to, it's either a Senate bill or Assembly bill, and it is assigned to a committee. So March 15th is the deadline for that bill to be introduced and referred to a committee. March 22nd is the deadline for other bills, non-legislator bills, to be introduced. I would point out, though, that there are different rules for fiscal bills. Budget bills and any bill that's deemed to have a fiscal impact can be declared exempt from all of these timelines. It's just one thing to keep in mind. The deadline for April 9th is the deadline for a bill to be passed through the first house, whether that's the Assembly or the Senate. I'm sorry, I messed that up, I apologize. April 9th is the deadline for it to be passed out of the committee of the first house. April 20th is the deadline for it to be passed by that house. May 4th is the deadline for the Economic Forum report. That's important to the state budget. That is the forecast that they have to use to finalize the budget. Often the numbers can change. The Economic Forum meets 3 times in the budget process, and that can change the amount of money that the legislature has to work with, and that can impact legislation as well. May 14th is the deadline for passage out of committee from the second house. And May 21st is the deadline for passage out of the second house entirely. May 16th is the deadline for budget bill introductions, and May 31st is the end of the session. Now, we are just starting to see bills based on these deadlines, like legislator bill introductions, March 15th. Between now and into April, we are going to see a lot of bills introduced in the legislative session. There will likely be somewhere on the order of about 1,000 bills that are introduced. And of those, we'll probably end up tracking initially about 500 of them. But as they don't make it out of committee and they don't make it out of the first house, they start dropping off pretty quickly. And most of the work, if there are bills that we're concerned about and need to testify about, will occur in the first house in that committee. That's when the public has an opportunity to provide input, and that's really the best opportunity to affect legislation. So how does Douglas County fit into this process? I mentioned earlier that every county has the ability to submit 2 bills every legislative cycle. Douglas County, we decided not to submit bills. The deadline for that was last year. We didn't have any big issues that we wanted to tackle with this legislature, given how the legislators constituted. We thought this would be more of a defensive session for us. But in the future, you know, we could submit other bills, as was discussed earlier in the agenda. So Douglas County is part of the legislative coalition. That is Douglas, Carson, Lyon, and Story counties all working together. That coalition has been in operation for over 20 years. Walker and Associates are our lobbyists. They've been doing this for us for all that time. Basically, the legislative coalition will meet on a weekly basis during session. They had their first meeting last Friday in preparation for session, and the people that participate in that are the county managers from 4 counties, as well as the commissioners who've been designated to serve on that. And for Douglas County, we have Chairman Engels and Commissioner Gardner that participate in that process. As I said, we'll probably end up monitoring somewhere in the order of about 500 bills. Part of what we will do in the legislative coalition meetings is talk about bills. You know, most of these bills are, I would say, administrative minutia, but there's definitely going to be some big policy bills that can have impact on the county. And it's those bills we really want to focus this board on, so that the board may consider taking a position on any of those policy bills if they're germane to the jurisdiction and control of the board. There's usually a relatively small number of them, but there will definitely be some bills you'll be interested in tracking. A larger subset of bills will be administrative bills that have some potential impact to the county. These may be things that have some financial impact or change administrative duties. Those types of bills, the county manager may consider taking a position on those bills if they have some potential impact. Elected officials may do the same. I mean, elected officials all have their own associations, and they may take their own positions on policy bills that are relevant to their areas of authority. You know, as I said, those 500 bills, most of those are going to end up being on a low priority list, and there'll probably be a subset of maybe a dozen to a few dozen that we're really interested in and involved in tracking and perhaps even testifying. Oops, I went ahead a little too quick there. I did want to just share this link. I can email this to all the commissioners, but this is the link to Nellis system, which is the legislative bill tracking system. It is a great resource to keep track of bills and what their status is. So that'll be a good resource for you going forward. Actually, before I get to the next item, are there any questions about the general process or anything before I go into some specific?
Yes, Mr. Cates. No one side has a supermajority in the legislature. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with things that you are hearing, is there any indication that there may be legislation coming forward for a statewide tax increase of some sort?
I have not seen anything of that sort so far. But again, fiscal bills, budgetary bills are exempt from deadlines. So there might be something out there, but I haven't heard of any.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I move on to some specifics? Okay, seeing none. The first item I want to talk about, I think is very important to the county, is China Springs. The governor's budget has a significant reduction in state funding for China Springs. It's $1.2 million reduction proposed for China Springs Youth Camp. That's in the governor's budget for both fiscal years, fiscal year 22 and 23. This is part of Health and Human Services, Division of Child and Family Services budget. and it is state support to China Springs. I think it's important to just kind of recognize that having been at the state, when there's a need to cut budgets, the budget office will send out budget targets and give every state agency a target in which to make their budget cuts. And it's a struggle for those state agencies to try to find ways to do that minimizes harm, but it's often impossible to do. And I know Wendy Garrison, Judge Young, and I, and Assistant County Manager Davidson had a meeting with officials at Child and Family Services, and I get the strong impression that they think well of this program and propose this cut only reluctantly. I just think that's important to recognize. I don't think anybody is necessarily out to get the county, but they made some difficult recommendations. I would also mention that Wendy Garrison is on this call if you have any questions for her. But continuing on, so China Springs serves 16 of the 17 counties in Nevada, but it's run by Douglas County. There's basically three major sources of funding. There are the state transfers, which are recommended to be reduced, and assessments from the 16 counties, which is ad valorem tax, what the state collects and distributes to China Springs. And then China Springs also has Medicaid billing, which is a new revenue source for them that the state set up here within the last year. So the reductions in the transfers from the state, that's approximately a third of that money. This is a separate issue from the Medicaid billing. There are some current issues this fiscal year with Medicaid billing at China Springs due to COVID. That's an item that we'll be bringing to the board for discussion at the next meeting. But this is not Medicaid money, it's other state support. The solution, when we talked to the folks at the state, was for the participating 16 counties to increase their payments in order to make up the difference. Douglas County, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we provide about $100,000 to China Springs, and it's proportionally distributed to all the participating counties. The state is comparing transfers to Spring Mountain, which is not the same, but it's also a youth camp in Clark County. It's very important to recognize it's a very different program than what's run out at China Springs. China Springs is doing great work. One of the big differences is that China Springs has a girls program, whereas Spring Mountain does not. And that's probably a contributing factor to some of the funding differences as well. This is coming up for a hearing in the Joint Money Committees on February 10th. That's next week. I would recommend that this board vote to oppose the governor's proposed budget cut to China Springs. It would be really devastating to their program. I think that we really need to fight for this. I think it's very important. I just don't know how the camp would get through with this kind of funding cut. With that, I would ask permission to turn it over to Wendy Garrison if she has any additional comments on that.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. I think Mr. Cates gave a good summation of where we currently are with the governor's budget. It is a devastating and cut, and it's going to be catastrophic to the camp if the legislature approves the cuts as recommended in the governor's budget. We plan on being there next Wednesday. The state has let me know that the committee will be asking myself and Judge Young to come to the table and actually give testimony via video. And then they are asking if we have any other public comment to do it during the public comment part of the legislative session. So I have sent out a link. Patrick, I did include you on that message. And what I'm doing currently is reaching out to all of the 16 counties, assembly people, and senators, and alerting them to the issue. They are very familiar with me as I frequently walk the halls during the legislative session. So the only ones who are not aware of the camp budget and what we do for the state will be the new legislators. And I think I'm good.
I would just add, I should have mentioned this at the beginning, with COVID going on, the legislature is not open to the public, so you can't physically go to a hearing room and testify. They don't plan to open it until April 1st, at least. They're going to assess that. So the only way that we can participate and give testimony is remotely, either in writing or request permission to sign up for video conferencing to participate with them. What I intend to do is write my own letter to them providing testimony. And in that, I would like to be able to say that this board voted to oppose these cuts and provide testimony that way.
You know, this is not only appalling, it's unacceptable. I don't understand why they would single out China Spring for this amount of money. It's unfathomable that they would do this. And the expectation that they have, and you know, the work that Ms. Garrison does out there, and the results that she has achieved with federal audits and people just amazed at what an operation they've got going. And it's bare bones. And these kids, this is the only chance they've got. And that the governor's office would even be entertaining this idea is just unacceptable. So we've got to do whatever we can do. Just get out the pitchforks and go set us straight.
Careful, last guy that said something like that is getting impeached.
But yeah, I agree. I think, you know, we've got to communicate our position, and because all the counties they're the ones, we're all going to be affected, all the northern counties. And maybe communicate with all of the legislators from the counties that are going to be impacted. I'm sure they're aware of it, to reinforce the fact that there's got to be cuts somewhere else. So I think that a letter and maybe communicating with some of the other legislators from the other affected counties, because all the counties will be affected by this. Ms. Garrison won't be able to take any additional kids in. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, they wind up going to prison, it'll ruin their lives.
Mr. Chairman, I would point out that the co-chair and vice chair of this particular committee that will be hearing this are both from Washoe County. And Wendy's been reaching out to the members, and I'll be doing the same as well. So I'm hopeful we can beat this, but we got to fight the good fight.
Do everything we can.
Do we need a motion on this or just direction?
I would like a motion to oppose the governor's proposed budget cuts to China Springs.
I'll make a motion to oppose the government cuts.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Commissioner Gardner, do you have a comment?
Oh, I was going to go exactly where I think Mr. Tarkanian is going to go.
Okay, well, Mr. Tarkanian, you can make the motion then, and we'll have Commissioner Rice second it if he wants to.
Wow. Okay.
I'll make a motion to oppose Governor Sisolak's cut of China Springs and anything else that affects Douglas County like that.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, this is going to be a fight. Okay.
We have pitchforks and they have atomic bombs.
That's about right. Of course, I saw some people in Vietnam fight a pretty effective fight, and that's about all they had against us. So it can be done. But yeah, you can't even get in the legislature to, you know, scream and shout. So, Ms. Garrison, do you have anything more to add? Are you still on?
I am still here, and I just thank you for your support.
You're doing a great job out there, and we think about you often.
Thank
So
you.
we're in your corner. All right, we'll move on to item 15.
Oh, we still have I still have a few bills to talk about, sir, if I may.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So I have like 4 bills, and I'll try to be quick. The next, the bill that I want to talk about is SB 67. That's got support from our own Senator Settlemyre and Assemblyman Wheeler, among other legislatures. It's to expand the Carson Water Subconservancy District to include those portions of Story County located in the Carson River watershed. And then it would also add 2 seats to Carson Water Subconservancy District Board of Directors. The current membership of that Board of the Directors, Douglas County has 5 seats, Carson City has 2, and Churchill has 2. So it would give Story County 2 seats at the table. I think this makes sense. They are part of the Carson watershed. I would recommend that the board consider supporting this bill. They are a member of our legislative coalition, and we work cooperatively with them quite well. Of course, there's no obligation for you to take a position. You can just stay neutral, but I'd recommend you consider supporting this bill.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Commissioner Ingles, Chairman. I participate in the Carson Water Subconservancy, and I agree with the need to make Story County an official member of this process. And I support Senator Settlemyre and his approach on this to include them. I don't think we're going to get any brushback or pushback from any other counties, but anyways, I think we should go on record as supporting this as well. So I would make a motion to support SB 67 to add Story County to the Carson Water Subconservancy District.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Are we voting on this, Mr. Case?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay. Are there any additions to this agenda item or comments?
I think
okay, all those in favor? So we have a motion and we have a second, correct? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further, Mr. Cates?
Yes, I have 3 more bills.
Okay.
Next bill is SB 98. This also is, what did I do? Hang on 1 second. I think I messed something up here. How did I do that? Let me double check here. I think I may have messed up my bills. Let me make sure I didn't make a mistake. I apologize.
Just a comment about this legislature. I mean, when they are in session, it is like a feeding frenzy up there. And everybody's climbing all over each other, trying to get a bill in, get a vote. It is just absolute bedlam. And, it was, I don't know, it was 5 or 6 years ago. There was a bill that came up to meter all of the wells in Nevada. And I'll tell you, that assembly, we went up there for that. And the people were out with their pitchforks on that one. And they didn't approve it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Yeah.
I would like to reconsider the vote on supporting SB 67. I think what Mr. Cates was referring to is BDRS 579 being brought forward by Senator Settlemyre.
It's SB 98 is the bill number.
And is that the bill number now?
Yeah, You're correct. I don't know how I messed that up. SB 67 is a totally different bill, and we don't need to talk about that today.
Okay, so we need to rescind that vote then, right?
Yes.
So we need to have, I move that we have a reconsideration on support of SB 67. I believe that refers to Clark County, and I don't know that we want to have any purview there. So anyways, I move that we rescind it. Okay.
Second it.
Mr. Ritchie, can I take a vote on that?
Doug Ritchie, the District Attorney's Office. Yes, that's correct. This item's still under consideration, so yes.
Okay. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion carries.
Okay. Now I will make a motion to support SB 98 in support of adding County to the Carson Water Subconservancy District being brought forward by Senator Settlemeyer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Gates, go ahead with the next one.
Okay, I just have a couple of bills to talk about. I'm not asking you to take any position on them, but I think you should be aware of them. To the right slide. And I do apologize for that error. I don't know how I missed that. Okay.
Well, there's only 1,000 of them, Patrick, so.
Yeah. And I just got the bill number on that last bill this morning, so
Okay.
it's a moving target. I appreciate your patience. The next bill that I wanted to mention is SB 10. This is a bill being supported by the Nevada Association of Counties. So all the counties have been involved in the development of this bill, and it addresses the property tax cap. Local governments have been trying to address the property tax cap since it was put into place. Well, since the Great Recession, really, that capped the increase in assessed value to 3% per year. That has had quite a devastating impact on local governments when the Great Recession hit and home values basically dropped to the floor. And even after they rebounded, the assessments are limited by that 3% cap. And NACO and others have taken several ones at trying to address that in different ways, unsuccessfully, I might add. This time, they're taking a very modest approach about how to just improve the law in their view. It basically revises the formula for calculating the partial abatement of property tax so that the cap can only be 3%. In the current formula, there are circumstances where that cap could actually go to 0, so that there wouldn't be any increase at all. It's a modest step that can help counties. There is no immediate fiscal impact to Douglas County. It's designed to protect counties in the future during a downturn. NACO has a consultant that's currently modeling potential impacts to counties. That's not available yet, but it's not intended to have any immediate kind of fiscal impact. You know, this does have the potential at some point in the future that there may be people that would pay more property tax than they would otherwise under the current law. Again, I don't have a good feel until we see the modeling from the NACO consultant of what that might look like. But there's no immediate impact. But it is supported by all the county membership in NACO. So I'd recommend at this point that the board stay neutral on SB 10, but just wanted to raise awareness about that. Are there any questions on SB 10 before I move to the next?
This will be real popular with the constituents.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I get complaints about the property tax as it is already. And, so anyway, but thank you.
If there are no other comments, I'll move on to the next bill. It's kind of getting at the similar thing. This is SB 64. This one's sponsored by the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. It kind of tackles these issues in a little bit different way. I would say it's a little more aggressive approach than NACO's bill. It reduces the statutory rate of depreciation on improvements on real property that's used to determine the taxable value. It reduces the rate of depreciation from 1.5% to 1%, so it would take longer to depreciate. And it also revised the formula for calculating abatements on non-residential property to an 8% cap. Currently, there is an 8% cap, but there are certain circumstances where that could go to a lower number, kind of like on the last bill. So they want it set at 8%. Again, it's designed to protect local governments during a downturn. And actually, the same consultant that's working with NACO is currently modeling some impacts on this that I haven't seen yet. I don't know what the chance of either one of these bills are getting through the legislature. We'll see. I would think NACO's bill might have a better chance just because it's a more modest approach. But at this point, I'd recommend the board stay neutral on SB 64.
Well, Patrick, you're right. But, they passed that commerce tax. It was one of the most insidious taxes imaginable. So there's no question, there's no assurance of what they're going to pull off. And thank you.
And that's all I have.
Any questions or comments?
Too early. They still have plenty of time to figure out how to do a number on us. So just keep watching those boogers and see where it goes.
That's all you can do. Okay,
was there any significance for them setting the date of April 1st as a possible reopening?
April Fool's Day. Okay, we'll go to item 15 for possible action. Discussion regarding the current building rental agreement with the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, including 1, the future holding of board and commission meetings, BOCC meetings at Lake Tahoe. Number 2, the lease of space for the BOCC and other Douglas County sponsored meetings at Lake Tahoe. Number 3, the lease space for the operation of the transit center facility that is open to the public. I brought this item forward when I first noticed that we were paying for rent. There's 2 things going on here. There's the rental for the facility to have the board meetings. And then there's another entity, a portion of it, for rental for the transit center, for the buses that come up there and turn around. We'll just take that one first. That is $35,000 a year to keep the bathrooms maintained and to have use of that facility for the public transit thing. All right. This is a separate entity. It was all commingled together, but now the DA's office is working on a separate contract for that portion. So we're really, that won't be affected. The other item is in regard to the meeting room up there where the BOCC has been meeting. We were paying $150K a year, and we started looking into it, and it dropped to 125, and then it dropped to 50, and then this last year we haven't been paying rent because of the COVID, and we haven't even been up there. So there's 2 things to consider in regard to this agenda item, or this portion of it. I've gone to meetings up there and there was nobody. I've gone to meetings up there for items that concerned the valley, and there were a couple of valley people, but nobody from the lake. The only time we would see anybody from the lake in there was if it was in regard to RDA 2. So it seemed like we were paying an exorbitant amount of money to have 12 meetings a year. And my first year as commissioner, or maybe it was the second year, we canceled 3 meetings because of inclement weather and the danger of going up and down Kingsbury. So this item is brought forward to eliminate having meetings at the lake unless there is an item of importance to bring up and have the people who reside at the lake be involved. The money that we'll save, the idea was to help put this towards the code enforcement department. And so that's basically where this is at and why it was brought forward. Any comments?
I do, Mr. Chair. I have been in contact with the head of the LTVA and the TDVA discussing this, this motion. And they haven't received any money from us in over a year. Mr. Cates, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they have been very understanding. And when the event center is opened and built, it's scheduled to be opened in January of 2023. They will be moving their office into that building as it is. So the feeling amongst the people that I talked to up there is that seeing as how we haven't been paying any rent for the last year anyway, this isn't going to change their operations as long as we keep the transit center open to the public. As you know, sir, the search and rescue uses that as a staging area when there's a rescue to be had. So I would hate to have us lose that ability to meet there. As far as the meetings at the lake, I concur that on many occasions, the only things on the agenda had nothing to do with the lake. And as long as there's an agreement that when there's something affecting the people here at the lake, that we can have the meetings at the lake so they don't have to travel all the way down any more than the other group has to travel all the way up. I'm fine with the entire motion.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Rice, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I come at this as a totally different approach. We have 3 issues here all wrapped up into one contract. And I think we need to separate all 3 issues into 3 separate contracts. I continue to support the allocation of $35,000 to the Transit Authority, Transit Center for the operation of that. I have no issues with that. I would like to see a contract come back from LTVA and TDVA for the costs of allowing our other committees and functions up there on a reasonable basis for continuing to use that facility. As you know, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners, and this is more for the public's consumption, is that I have always been for openness and transparency in county government and an equal opportunity of all of our residents to participate in county government. That being said, it requires approximately a 35-minute drive to the Minden Courthouse for Board of Commissioners meetings from the southern parts of our county, South County. It requires a similar, but maybe a few less miles from North County. But I've also timed out and taken the mileage from the Tahoe Transit Center to the board chambers in Minden as well. And that's similar in time. That's 35 minutes also. So, but it's a solid hour plus, depending upon weather and traffic, for members of our community that are in South County to get to the Tahoe Transportation Center to participate in those board meetings. To me, that is not equal access to government by our local residents. And therefore, I feel like having our board meetings at the courthouse in Mendon is accessible and equal opportunity by all the residents of our county. There is a section in our norms and procedures that indicates that the issues that pertain to Lake Tahoe are heard on the third Thursday of the month. But that does not designate that they have to be heard there at the Tahoe Township, just that they should be grouped together to be heard on the third Thursday of the month. It's been mentioned from time to time that maybe we should move our county meetings around the county to facilitate the opportunity of our residents to participate. And I don't concur with that. Every time that we have this goes well beyond the $50,000 that we have been spending in order to have our Board of Commissioner meetings at Lake Tahoe. We have on every consent calendar item that involves a person of our member of our staff, not knowing whether we're going to pass that in one motion or we're going to require them to be at that meeting. They are required to be at that meeting on consent calendar items. So it takes a great deal of effort by us to pull our county staff up to the Tahoe Transportation Center to put on that meeting. That is a tremendous cost, well and above the $50,000 that we spend on an annual basis for rent. If we move the meetings around the county, we're going to be faced with the same daunting task of, once again, moving our county staff away from their jobs up to wherever the meeting is, and then trying to set up an audiovisual system that to operate. We have all the facilities in the courthouse, and therefore I support all of our meetings being at the courthouse with respect to the idea that we still designate the third Thursday of the month to group any issues that are regarding Lake Tahoe. And I still want to remind you folks that we have two lakes in this county. We have Topaz Lake also. So just trying to add a little levity to that. But anyway, so my thought process is that when we get back to having in-person meetings, and I would hope that we could go back to in-person meetings. If we can't mitigate COVID with the use of the courthouse, then we can move it to CVIC Hall, or we can move it to the community center until such time as COVID allows us to go back to the courthouse. But I would encourage us to have all of our meetings at the courthouse. So I will wait to hear from Mr. Tarkanian before I make a motion, but that's where that. Well, I mean, I want to know what you feel about this, but rather than make a motion, unless you're ready, I would like to make a motion then to separate the three issues, to draft a contract that would continue to pay the $35,000 to the Tahoe Transportation District. I believe that contract is due to end July 1st of 2024. Am I right, Mr. Ritchie, on that?
Correct.
Yes, okay. So I would like a separate contract to continue the $35,000 to the Tahoe Transportation Center for that facility. I would like to see us renegotiate a contract for the use of that building for our other community activities, and move that we have the primary location for our Board of Commissioners meetings at the old historic courthouse in Mendon. That's my motion.
You're combining the issues again.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Well, I mean, I agree with the first two, and I'm not necessarily against the third one, except I agree with Commissioner Rice, where there's issues that are dealing substantively with the lake. The lake is, I understand there's another lake, Topaz, there's North County, there's all these different areas, but the lake's paying 40% of our taxes to the county. There's issues up there that are different, and we've seen very passionately involved in there. I think if there is an issue, if there is a commissioners meeting like Commissioner Rice had said that deals primarily with substantive issues with the lake, that we still go up there. But besides that, I agree with everything else you said, Commissioner Gardner.
Commissioner Rice? Oh, well, we're all headed in the same direction and you're all correct. When we had the discussion about the water rates in the county, and part of that, one of those presentations was done up at the lake at the Kale Center. The Kale Center was absolutely packed with participants because it affected Cave Rock, Skyline, and Zephyr Cove. So if it's an item that is germane to what's going on up at the lake, then by all means, we should do it, make every effort to go up there and have a meeting. If we pay for the rental on a per meeting basis or something, we could do it that way. But we're not going to forget about, Lake Tahoe. We understand what those folks are about, the VHRs, the congestion and things that they're wrestling with up there. So, Mr. Ritchie, do you have anything you would like to add to this, to unclutter this thing?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. One, just a procedural matter. Before any motion can be made, public comment was going to be taken on this item. Also, if I could note that under the board's norms and procedures, it is true, Commissioner Gardner is correct, that the policy is that Tahoe specific items are to be heard at the lake, but more specifically under the county code, Title II, Chapter 2.0410, that will need to be amended to eliminate the requirement that meetings be held on the third Thursday in Lake Tahoe. As far as the bifurcation of the contracts, I can certainly work with the county manager to negotiate a contract for the transit center. As far as a contract for meetings, I don't know if we need one. As Chairman, you pointed out, for large meetings, we have to go to the Kale Community Center anyway. And for other items, they have a schedule like any other organization, like the PTO or any other organization, where on a case-by-case basis, the county could approach Carol and negotiate a rate for specific meetings. We can, if the board wishes, have two separate contracts, but if the board's inclination is to hold all of the meetings here in the valley and only go up on the lake for special meetings, probably a contract is not necessary. But of course, I'll draft any contracts the board wishes.
Okay. This would be another agenda item in regard to the code that we meet up there on the third Thursday of every month or whatever it is. So that would be a separate agenda item. Would you like to? Huh?
Sorry, Chairman. You can provide direction to me and the county manager today to make the required change in the ordinance, and that would be brought forward, as you indicated, for introduction at another meeting.
That's where I was going to go. Rather than us getting into it, you might as well do it because it's going to require your input anyway. Is that okay with you, Mr. Cates?
Yes, sir.
So now, as far as a motion is concerned,
Public comment?
Public comment.
oh, public comment.
Public
Anyone?
comment. Yeah, we have to go public.
Public comment in regard to this?
Okay, Natalie, with the record, I do have 3 individuals who have noted they would like to provide public comment on this.
Okay.
Anyone else that would like to, please send me a chat or raise your hand. We will start with Ellie Waller. And those of you that do want to make public comment, go ahead and start your video. Okay,
And
Ellie,
unmute yourself.
Ellie, I just asked you to unmute yourself, so go ahead and state your name for the record, and then I'll start the timer.
Okay. Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Because these are murky and put together, I'll start with the transit center. Who else pays for the maintenance and the operation of the restrooms there? Is it just Douglas County? Because the whole lake benefits everybody that gets on a transit system from either end of the lake. And I've been through this in a California county. Some of that needs to be paid for by others. I also support meetings down in the valley, and yes, as many Tahoe items that can be lumped together for whatever Tahoe issues. I went through that as well in another county with TRPA and had North Shore meetings set up. Was happy that people could participate, but also be sensitive to RDA 2 did affect both sides of the county. So somebody's going to lose out on participation location on that. I would also like to make a comment about the Prosperity Center benefited from using our fees for our meetings that we were paying for. They had 12 meetings in 2 years, about 6. And I wondered who else was paying for them as well, utilizing our meeting space because they benefit the whole lake. There is some confusion on, and I will take this up during my 3 minutes, but just wanted to say for clarification of public comment on possible action items. Natalie's busy with lots of things going on and I don't necessarily know when I want to comment, but there was a couple items, one from Mr. Cates and the VHR, which is a presentation only, but I will bring that up at closing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ellie. The next one I have is JD Frisbee.
I don't have any comment. I'm just here for the show.
Okay, sorry, I had you on my list, so never mind.
Grab a bag of popcorn.
Okay, then I have Eric.
My video. Good afternoon, commissioners. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. Eric Gavon, Fire Marshal for Tahoe Douglas, for the record. I know a lot of times we have sensitive information that pertains to the lake, and we would appreciate having the availability for voicing that in a public forum here at the lake. It sounds like you guys are in agreement to that, and I just wanted to support that fully. And a lot has changed since this initially hit, since Chairman Ingalls brought this up. We've got so much more with technology and Zooming, so I really don't see it much as an issue. I think you guys are doing a great job. Thank you for adding the Zoom so that we can make these comments. And I think if this continues into the future, it would be a great opportunity, as long as that's available for people at the lake to have a voice. That's all our concerns.
All right, thank you. And then I have Mr. Slade. So go ahead and state your name for the record, and then I'll start your timer.
Jim Slade. The Lake Tahoe portion of Douglas County, I believe, is about 1/7 of the total population of the county, which begs the question, why is the county committed to having half the meetings at the lake? It is not at all uncommon for issues that only affect the valley to be heard at the lake, which is inappropriate. Far, far less than half the agenda items each month are solely lake issues. Minden is our county seat and is centrally located. Most meetings should be held there, if not all. One meeting at the lake every 3 months for an area that is 1/7 of the population sounds about right. Then there's the cost. Commissioners regularly talk about the importance of fiscal responsibility and being watchdogs of our budget. The county currently pays $50,000 for annual rent, apparently down from quite a bit more, and a $3,500 a year allocation to LTVA. That does not sound like fiscal responsibility and oversight. A few years ago, I called my insurance company and told them, my auto insurance company, and told them I'd received a quote for comparable coverage that had a premium that was 50% lower. My agent told me he could match that rate. I thought about it since I didn't really want to change companies. In the end, however, I did switch companies, in large part because I felt that my existing company had been overcharging me for years, and I didn't want to continue to do business with them. In that regard, I note that the county manager and LTVA came to a tentative agreement to reduce the cost of the lease space for BOCC meetings from $50,000 down to $15,000. Well, that seems like a generous reduction. Makes me think that they've been significantly overcharging the county for years, which is unacceptable. I urge the board to have no more than one meeting every 3 months at the lake, and not to have any further meetings there unless a reasonable agreement can be reached with the LTVA, more favorable to Douglas County and its taxpayers. In addition, with the board's commitment of $34.25 million over 30 years in support of the new event center, I think that the event center, free of charge, should provide space for board meetings at the lake whenever deemed appropriate, if at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Any further comments, Natalie?
I have one item, one gentleman raising his hand. I'm asking him what item he'd like to provide public comment on.
Ms. Natalie, I see a hand up on Bob Singleton.
Yes, that's a hacker. I just verified that he's a hacker, so I'm not going to let him provide anything.
Oh.
Good work.
Thank you.
Okay, those are the only ones that I have. Is there anyone else that would like to, if you would like to raise your hand?
Any further comments from the commissioners?
Well, I'm not sure exactly I understand where we're going with this. We're going to.
No, that's another item. We're still discussing the agenda item. As far as a motion is concerned, it's going to be interesting.
I think we're talking about 3 different motions, are we not, sir?
Basically, Doug, how do you see it?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. The item is for discussion is the rental agreement, which includes a discussion regarding the possibility of holding future board meetings at the lake. Of course, the lease of the space for those board meetings, and then a lease of space for the transit center. So there are 3 different concepts or things that the board needs to decide on. For this.
One item, if we discontinue meetings at the transit center for the board, that doesn't require a contract.
That is correct.
So now we're down to the transit center contract. Do we want to take a motion on each one of these individually? Commissioner Gardner?
Well, that's what I'll try to do, Mr. Chairman. I move that we draft a new contract with the LTVA, TDVA to pay the $35,000 to the Tahoe Transportation Center until the existing contract was due to expire January or July 1st of, I believe, 2024. That's my motion, my first motion then.
Okay.
I will second it.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
Okay.
That's for the transit center. Commissioner Gardner?
Okay, so we still have the issue of the other boards and commissions, our appointed boards and commissions and entities up at the lake that continue to use that center for their meetings. Is that right, Mr. Ritchie?
Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie, go ahead.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. There are other county-sponsored entities as well as non-county sponsored entities that use the facilities. It's my understanding that they have a rental schedule for any group that wants to use it.
Okay, so then
So they don't meet on a regular basis. It's just when they need to. Search and rescue uses it if they need a facility. How about a contract as is availability? Or they could bill us for those meetings.
If I may, sir.
Mr. Cate?
I think since the Visitors Authority has a fee schedule for basically ad hoc use of their facility, that if the board didn't want to continue to have meetings there, that would make the most sense, and then there would be no need for a separate contract.
We can do that then. That's pretty straightforward and simple.
Okay.
Do we need an motion on that one?
I think we already have one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we're covered on everything, are we not? Mr. Ritchie?
Chairman, the last board direction to the county manager was to negotiate a new lease, a new agreement for the Board of County Commissioners' use of the building. We would need, I think, a motion just to clarify that the board's intent is not to hold regular meetings at the lake anymore, and to provide any notice required to terminate the existing lease, the 50,000 portion of the contract.
Okay.
Okay.
I got a point of clarification, please. That we're going from having regular meetings to saying we're going to have irregular, not regular meetings, but we're going to do something in between. If I understand what all of us have mentioned, is if there are these issues that are dealing primarily with Lake Tahoe, we're going to have the meetings up there. Do we just sporadically just pick when that is and figure out what it's going to cost? Is that where we're headed to with it then?
Well, we have a couple of options, Commissioner Tarkanian. If that facility is not available or not big enough, because we've had overflow crowds in there, and it's not a very big facility. We can always use the Kale Center, which belongs to the county, and be free. Yes, Natalie.
Natalie Wood, for the record, just to add to kind of historical practices of lake meetings when we need a larger space. We've been able to use the judge's courtroom up there. We've been able to use the Kale Community Center. Additionally, we've had to rent out a couple of the casinos, their conference rooms for large participation. And in those events, we'll work, with them. When we have to rent elsewhere, we do have to pay for those. So it is common within your guys' budget. We do budget for those except those meetings. Additionally, we've had to do that down here in the valley for large meetings where we go to our community center down here, or we rent out CVI, or we go to the CVIC hall. So that is, within our practice to schedule those special meetings or move the location depending on the content and the expected participation.
I don't want to prolong this, and I apologize. I'm probably ask a stupid question. If we can use a Kale Center for free of cost, why were we paying $35,000 a year to use the other facility?
That was the question I had for 2 years.
Actually, the money that's paid for the transit center is money that was generated at the lake, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. County Manager, that money has to stay at the lake. Is that correct?
Yeah, the payment for the transit center comes from Tahoe Transportation District funds, and that's correct.
Was that the money that was paying for the county commission meetings?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I'm talking about. We had it was a $50,000 a year charge, and then a $35,000 a year charge. And if you had a facility that was free, I would like to use that $50,000 to build my bike path on Centerville. Can we do that?
I can add.
Oh, that was a joke.
Money, we need that money for the code enforcement people.
Yeah, use that. So, that's money being used at Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
Natalie Wood, for the record, I can add to that. We do compete with programmings at the community center in their various rooms. They do have one room that's a small board room that could fit half of you guys in it with current restrictions, and not all of us with no restrictions. But it really depends on what's available and what's going on. They do have daycare operations up there. They have dance classes and all that during regular operations. So that's been our conflict for not doing it regularly.
Thank you.
And in conjunction with what you're talking about, Natalie, is we have Zoom, which would accommodate the equivalent.
Correct.
So-
Now that would be a very seamless transition to use up there in a number of offices in that room or at the other administration building.
Commissioner Gardner?
I'm going to take a stab at this. I move that we terminate our contract for board meetings with the LTBA and TDVA for use of board meetings at the Tahoe Transportation Center, understanding that the board, the chairman of the board, has the discretion to have meetings at the lake in an as-needed basis when the calendar is overwhelming with board with issues up there.
Now, here a
That's my
second.
motion.
Don't run away, Commissioner Rice.
No, I'm just answering another call wanting me to buy their damned insurance.
I get those calls too. You want to give this thing a second, Commissioner Rice or Commissioner Tarkanian?
I mean, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition, say no, nay. The motion carries. And Mr. Ritchie, you're going to work on getting the verbiage in regard to adjusting the ordinance in regard to this. And you'll make that available in a future meeting that we can vote on as an action item. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I can prepare the introduction of an ordinance. Just to clarify, the current county code states that the board may meet either in the lake or the valley on the 30th.
That's good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So as I understand that, Mr. Chair, is that we don't need to necessarily adjust code. Is that correct?
No, just it's as needed. And okay, I think we have that one straight now. We'll go on to item 16. Everybody okay? Anybody need to take a break or anything?
No, we've only got a couple more items. Let's get this done.
Yeah, you're right, Commissioner Rice. We're closing in on happy hour.
What?
You can tell where Commissioner Rice and I have our priorities. Item 16, for possible action, discussion to possibly direct staff to remove information promoting Douglas County's agri-hood strategy framework from the county maintained websites. Now, I brought this forward because it doesn't seem right to me that the county is working as a advertising billboard in regard to any of the commercial endeavors of any entity, and why we are devoting time and money for space to agri-hoods or to Joe Schmidlap on the county webpage did not seem appropriate. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So that's all the item is.
You're making the car.
I know there's 145 pages of backup support, but that's way more than we need. This is just very simple. And anybody have any discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, we're not saying that we don't want agri-hoods. We're simply removing them to not make it look like we are endorsing them. Is that correct?
That's all it is.
Thank you.
Any comments? Commissioner Gardner, you want to bring a motion forward?
Well, I was hoping I didn't want to dominate here either, Mr.
Well, no,
Tarkanian. So, okay, so I will move that we remove.
We got to get this road on the show here, Commissioner.
Okay. Your cocktails are stirring. In all due seriousness, okay. I will move that we direct staff to remove the aggregate strategies framework from the Douglas County websites.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, say nay. The motion carries.
Oh, that went quick.
Well, we're closing in on the happy hour. For possible action, discussion to adopt resolution 2021R-018, approving the transfer of $1.1 million from the county's Regional Transportation Fund to the county's general fund to reverse previous board action on resolution 2020R-126 to fund the Mueller Lane design. I brought this item forward because this was done at the last minute of the last day of last year. And some members of this board did not even have an opportunity to say yea or nay on that. As a matter of fact, anyway, and what we want to do before we release this money is get clarification on where this money came from. It just came up all of a sudden. It's 1.1, it was 1.3. It was diverted from one fund to another. And what exactly are we getting for our money? It's important that we commissioners have a fiduciary responsibility. Now, there was $36,000 that was expended out of the blue to do a study to get a grant for Mueller Lane, and it worked. We got nothing. So that money was taxpayer money spent on nothing. And we want to be perfectly clear on what this is going to get us in return. That's all it is. We just want clarification and to find out further before these funds are dispersed. I believe some of them may already have been dispersed, but it's not voiding the contract. It's just saying, no, we want to see what's going on here. Any comments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I disagree in that we have an obligation to build Miller Parkway, whether we like it or not. We have a contractual obligation. The county, as far as I can see, and Doug, correct me if I'm wrong here, we have an obligation to build part of Mueller Parkway, and the money that was in this resolution went to make 100% of the necessary planning so that we could get a build grant. And I see this as money that is going to be spent on attorney fees instead of on the construction of Mueller Parkway. And that's my feeling, that's my fear. And I've received numerous phone calls and emails from people who object to us doing this. And so I have to make my feelings known on this. I'm afraid that we are putting ourselves civilly on the hook in a way that I am not comfortable with.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner Tarkanian.
It seems like we're all in the same wavelength here. you stated that you understand that we need to get Mola Parkway built, or at least the money that is necessary to do so, which is, I think, is a concern that Commissioner Rice is saying, that he doesn't want to pull an SB in lawsuits, which I don't think anybody wants to be. But on the other hand, we certainly want to make sure the money's being spent correctly and coming from the right sources. I wasn't on the board when it was voted for this. If someone can give us some information on where the money's coming from, and I assume this is obviously the first part of a necessary expenditures to build Mola Parkway. But then if we find out that it's all from the appropriate spot, that we can say, yes, let's move forward and get out of here early.
Well, Commissioner Gardner, do you have something to add?
Well, I do. This whole issue puts us in a tremendous conundrum. Okay, I have several concerns. Number one, the optics at the end of last year were tremendously disappointing, and a lot of people in our community have expressed that concern. You stated it earlier about being done on it was done on
January 30th. December 30th by the Regional Transportation Commission, passed by the Board of Commissioners on once again December 17th. The source of these funds, it appeared to come from a reimbursement back to the county from the $8.9 million that was afforded the county by the CARES Act for COVID mitigation. Anyways, I see Commissioner Rice shaking his head no, but I'm telling you, that's the optics that were before this community, Mr. Rice, with all due respect. So that's appeared to be where we got that 1.1 million. At least that's the perception of the citizens and the taxpayers of this county. Whether or not that's true or not is left up to discussion and interpretation. But all that aside, we do have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this county, and hoping for a build grant is like me going down to, I want a multi-million-dollar yacht, so I'm going to go put down a down payment on that yacht, hoping that I'm going to win the lottery next week to pay for that, and the chances of that happening are very slim. So the other issue that I have, of course, is are we putting the cart before the horse here? We don't have anything in place on how we're going to pay for Mola Parkway begin with, anywhere from I've heard estimates of $12 million for a 2-lane highway up to or a road up to $20 million. Where are the taxpayers? We need to be clear with the taxpayers of our county of exactly how we're going to fund that and how much money we're going to have to take out of their pockets to do that. And I think that's a reasonable thing to do, to ask our, to tell our residents. The other aspect that I have is that we're only afforded now by the Park Ranch Development, Park Ranch Holdings agreement that we're down to 5 years to build that out. And I don't know where we're going to get the money to build that out. And if we don't build it out in 5 years, as I understand it, we lose the easement. So during my conversations with Patrick Cates and Doug Ritchie earlier this week, I asked them to possibly go back and explore the avenue of going back to Park Ranch Holdings and reopening negotiations on that one aspect of that Park Ranch Holdings agreement to give us a longer period of time to build that out. We are giving David Park and Park Ranch Holdings 30 years to build his development, but we are under a time crunch now of 5 years, or we lose that easement. That concerns me. So there's a lot of aspects that are a lot of pieces in motion here that I don't have the answer for, and I don't know that this board has the answers for. So in good conscience, I just can't see making an expenditure that, and we have
the other aspect of this, of course, is that we have non-completed aspects of this. We've had Mike Pegram on the north end that has built out a portion, but still has to build out another portion. We have Perry Brothers on the southern end that's built out a section. We have Virginia Ranch, who is committed to build out. I'm not exactly sure how. Mr. John Erb might be able to answer that, but I know I see him on the line now. But I don't know how many feet of Muller Parkway they're responsible for, and they just were sold. So are we going to build out a portion of Muller and spend taxpayer money and yet not have a connection from Riverview on the south end to Muller Parkway and 395 above Ironwood? Or are we just going to build a road to nowhere with no connections? Those are all the daunting questions that face this board. So before I can spend $1 million of taxpayer money to do a design element, I'd like to know where we're going to get the money to build the road. And are we going to be able to build it in 5 years? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I guess what I don't understand with respect to that argument is if you're worried about getting it done in 5 years, but you don't want to start now, but then you want to go back to the park family and say, hey, let's extend it for 5 years. They're going to say, you're not doing anything now. Why would we extend it? You need to show that you're doing it. It's my understanding also, and I think I think this is an accurate statement, that the county has a legal responsibility to build Muller Parkway, or they're going to be in breach and they're going to have all kinds of lawsuits. But even more importantly than that, for someone who was living on the south side of Douglas County for the first 9 months we were here and trying to navigate through the 395 just to get towards Carson City, I believe Muller Parkway is an absolute necessity. And most of the constituents I talk to feel the same way. Now, you may not agree with the agreement that was done with the Park family, and that's something I wasn't involved in, but I really believe Muller Parkway needs to be built. I don't think we should be delaying it. If the money is legally there to use for it, we certainly should proceed for it. And then and somehow we're going to have to come up with the money. It's going to be the decisions by us as the board right now to come up with the money and make sure this thing gets built. I think it's essential for our community. And I don't understand the delays. Look, if there's an issue with the Park family on something, I think that's separate from trying to build a bypass that's very necessary for our community.
May I, Mr. Chair, may I address what?
Commissioner Gardner, you have the floor.
Mr. Tarkanian, I'm not suggesting that we don't need to build Muller Parkway. That's not where I'm headed on this. What I'm suggesting is that we're under as I understand the park development agreement, is that we had 6 years in order to build Muller Parkway, or we would lose the easement. 6 years. We're now 1 year into that. So we have 5 years left. And all I'm asking is, yes, you're right. I have a lot of issues with the park development agreement, but I understand that agreement is in place, and I'm not trying to negate that agreement. I would just like Park Ranch Holdings to give us a longer time frame to accomplish the task, because if we don't accomplish it in 5 years, Mr. Tarkanian, we lose the easement according to the agreement. I don't know that I don't know the legal aspects of except that I know we lose the easement, and that's what my concern is, Mr. Tarkanian, is if we can't build it out in 5 years, we lose the easement.
Well, that's certainly legitimate. Doug, can you answer that and what the alternative is if we have made a good faith effort and we started construction, but it's not 100% complete? Do we lose it in 5 years? That doesn't seem.
I don't know. I guess that would be a question that we would need to ask. I guess that would be a question for council.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, Doug.
Oh,
Chairman,
okay.
if I may. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. May I suggest, if we're going to have a discussion regarding the county's legal obligations and legal exposure, that we would do this at a different time during an attorney-client confidential meeting. I will say, though, that Mr. Forsberg, Mr. Park's attorney, did point out that the parties have a duty to work in good faith with each other. And if the county is moving forward in good faith and due to circumstances beyond our control, the COVID pandemic is currently still with us. I think Mr. Park would be obligated to work with us in good faith to extend the time under the contract. Again, a detailed analysis of what's required of the county should probably occur during an attorney-client privilege meeting. But I will say, because Mr. Forsberg has said it himself, the parties have a duty to work in good faith under the terms of the development agreement.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few points that I want to address. The first is on where the money came from and whether it's appropriate or legal use of those funds. I can assert very clearly that it is an appropriate and legal use of those funds. During last fiscal year, and this is detailed, by the way, in the report that Terry gave regarding CARES Act funds. During last fiscal year, we made a lot of CARES Act eligible expenditures out of the general fund. So what we did was reimburse the general fund with CARES Act money. And that became general fund money. It was those funds that were transferred to the RTC. So that's a legal use of those funds. In terms of the costs of the CARES Act or of the project and any uncertainty there, so this money was used by RTC to enter into a contract for CA Group to do design work for Moeller. Part of the purpose of that design work is to get better cost estimates for Moeller Parkway. Currently, to construct the 2-lane portion under the Park Ranch agreement, it's about $12 million. I do not believe that we would need a build grant to construct that portion of the road for that price. I believe that's something that is affordable for the county. We were looking at build grants to be able to build the entire length of Moeller Parkway, all 4 lanes. And I do think there's still opportunities in the future to go for federal grants. I don't think we should spend a lot of money on a contractor to do those grants for us, but I do think there's opportunities there. The other thing that I would say about the timeline under the park agreement to build that timeline wasn't really driven by park. It was driven by the county, because Moeller Parkway is a top priority in the transportation plan that's been approved by the Board of County Commissioners. And according to the traffic analysis that's been done, the level of service on 395 without Moeller Parkway is going to deteriorate to unacceptable levels. And that's why we're driving that timeline. I don't know if John Erb has anything else to add about the level of service issues, but those are my comments.
Mr. Erb, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, John Erb, Douglas County Public Works. So the question was asked, what does this 1.3 million get us? So we went into agreement with the CA Group, and that includes surveying, design of the roadway, geotechnical engineering, stormwater design, all the utility that work on it. And so there's quite a bit to it. But the other aspect is that we want to get this project moving forward with a CMAR project, as a CMAR project, where we'll bring in a contractor this year, and the contractor will work with the design on coming up with cost-saving measures, and we can actually do sections of the construction as we get them designed. So it's kind of like a design build, but the owner, us, actually have more control with the project. And then we can go out in phases of this. If we want to do all the base and dirt work first, we can do that with a separate contract with the contractor and move forward with that. So that speeds things up quite a bit. You're right, we are on a tight timeline with 5 years left, but there's there's methods like CMAR that we can use to speed things along as we can.
Any more questions or discussion? Okay, I'm going to discuss some things and my observations because I've been through this whole thing. Mr. Cates, did we budget this $1 million+
I'm not sure what you mean. The board transferred it, so yes, it was budgeted.
No, was it in the budget that we originally put together last year?
I would defer to Terry Willoughby on that.
Ms. Willoughby?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, it was not in the original adopted budget because we didn't know about CARES Act.
Okay, thank you.
So the funds were transferred back. The expenses occurred in fiscal year 1920, but the revenue has to be recognized in 2021.
Okay.
That's why it was brought back to the general
All
fund.
right, you've answered my question. Thank you. Secondly, there was tremendous opposition to this whole project. And there was a referendum on the ballot. It wasn't on the ballot, but there were 2,500 signatures. We had meetings where people were participating and people into the rafters. We had to move the meeting to the Civic Center and in opposition. And the referendum passed or didn't pass. There were enough signatures to get it on the ballot, but because of a minor clerical error, it wasn't on there. And the people who were working on that thing got sued, and for no particular reason. And in violation of Nevada SLAPP laws, we are coming back at them with my private counsel. Okay, this is the way they operate. Now, I don't know of any developments. Mr. Pegram no longer owns Virginia Ranch. He sold it to some outfit down in Long Beach. Why are we building a major highway for the developers? If they want to do it, let them build it. This doesn't make any sense. There's no other developers that are getting this kind of treatment. So all of
Can I
these,
ask you a question? Because I'm confused with this.
okay.
Are these people that are like you just mentioned, the Virginia development, they're not paying for their share of road costs, construction?
Yes, they are. No, they are.
Mr. Erb, you got to.
Commissioner Tarkanian, that's a good question. So the Virginia Ranch development will be on the hook to build their section of the roadway. So they just sold from Mr. Pegram, and they're bringing forward a design review now, and an element of that is to build the road. Yes.
Mr. Erb, what type of road? How many lanes?
On the Virginia Ranch development, I believe they're on the hook to build, and I can't speak for community development. I'm not as involved in it as them, but I believe it's 4 lanes.
Okay. Now, there is a development that's paying for their portion of Mueller Lane. We've got another one where the county is supposed to pay for it. And we only have so much money to spread around. We desperately need a new JLEC center. And this is going to take money away from that. So these are all the things that are involved in this overall Mueller Lane project. But right now, in regard to this $1.1 million, before we release more funds or anything, we want to find out exactly what we're going to get. That's all. Commissioner Gardner?
I've heard comments regarding the in good faith efforts to complete our agreement, and I agree with Mr. Ritchie. I would like to see us look at. We may have to do it in private session and closed sessions, attorney-client privilege process, to take a look at that. I can trust, you know, it says trust but verify. So I can trust that Park Ranch Holdings would not hold us to the loss of the easement should we not act in good faith. But at the same point in time, I'd like to see something a little bit more solid than just a handshake or a yeah, or a wink of the eye, or you know, let's have drinks over it. I'd like to see something more legal about it, that we once again have a longer period of time. That's my biggest concern right now, is we have 5 years, and I don't know that we're going to be able to get it built in 5 years. And my other concern is, once again, the aspect that we have sections on the south end that are 4 lanes and a roundabout. We have a section, I believe it's behind Walmart, that's 4 lanes. We have north end sections coming off of 395 above Ironwood that are 4 lanes. And yet, so, and then Virginia Ranch, if they were to build tomorrow, and they would build their 4 lanes. So we're going to have this going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes to 2 lanes to 4 lanes, all up and down this section of road. I don't think that's a good idea either. You know, I'd just like to see those aspects addressed before we spend the money on the design, and we have a design that's not going to be able to come to fruition. So, you know, I'm very careful with the use of public funds in that regard.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Just to clarify, this agenda item is whether to adopt Resolution 2021 R18. And specifically, it's a transfer from the county's Regional Transportation Fund back to the general fund in the amount of 1.1 million. I understand that the reason a lot of this discussion is happening is why the transfer was made or why it may not be made. But again, just to focus the board, the issue before the board right now is whether Resolution 2021 R018 will be adopted. If the board wants to have a further discussion about the Transportation Master Plan, the Muller Parkway design, the build grant process, that could certainly be agendized for a future board meeting. But again, this information is very relevant, but what the board is considering is whether or not to adopt Resolution 2021 R18.
Mr. Ritchie, you're right, but some of the backstory is important to understand how we got to where we're at. And I can recall the incredible opposition to the whole thing. And so I think it was important that we discuss these things so that we all have a broader understanding of why this agenda item was brought forward. So we need to know more. And that's all. Any further discussion? Would Commissioner Gardner like to bring a motion forward?
That's a poke at the ribs, I take it. Okay, so I will take it. I'll go ahead and I move for the adoption of Resolution 2021 R018, approving the transfer of 1.1 million from the county's Regional Transportation Fund to the county's general fund, as presented, with the explanations and reasoning that I indicated.
I couldn't hear you because it went in and out the Zoom.
Basically,
I'm sorry, Dan.
He's just read the resolution, Mr. Commissioner Tarkanian. And what we're talking about doing is reversing the funds being prepared to be expended to find out more. That's all.
So he voted to reverse the funds, or that was his motion?
That's my motion, is until we can get better clarification, I would ask that we rescind those funds back to the general fund until we can get more clarification on where we're going to go with this. Thank you.
The reason being, you can see what a taffy pull this is.
I think Mola Parkway needs to be built, and I think the vast majority of my constituents feel the same way. I think it needs to be built sooner than later.
It's not the motion. That's not the point of the motion.
Okay, well.
So do I hear a second? I'll second the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
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 Okay, we have a 4-2 tie. What we'll have to do is floor this and bring it back at a later date. Any comments?
I believe the motion dies. It was defeated.
As is, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, fellow commissioners, Tarkanian and Rice, for at least listening to my comments in this regard. I appreciate the opportunity. Okay.
All right. Item 18 for presentation only. Reports, updates from county commissioners and members concerning the various boards, commissions, and other entities that they are on. Any comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'm on both the LTVA and the TDVA. And in February of this year, the NHL event at Edgewood Lake Tahoe has been announced, and we will be having professional hockey games at Lake Tahoe. In the open, they're going to build a ice rink, I believe, on the 16th and 17th holes at Edgewood. Unfortunately, the public is not invited due to COVID, but this could be the start of something very interesting. And all of our advertising campaigns for the Tahoe South area have been paused. They have been paused for a while, and the only advertising has been, if you come, please come safely, and pretty much take your garbage with you when you leave. And the event center has been officially given the address of 75 Highway 50. They're very pleased about that. And the parcel of land that was donated to Tahoe South Event Center project by the Edgewood Lake Tahoe has been confirmed. And that's when the address of 75 Highway 50 was issued. We are still in negotiations regarding the July 4th lights on the Lake Tahoe, the lake fireworks display. And we're in hopes that, Governor notwithstanding, that we'll be able to put on another beautiful fireworks show up here at the lake this year. And that's pretty much my report.
Anybody have anything else they want to report?
Or go ahead and report.
Commissioner Gardner?
Mr. Rice, I would let you know that South County has plenty of ice. So I don't know that the NHL needs to build an ice ring. We have plenty of ice down here. We got hit. I think we got hit harder than Lake Tahoe, I'll be honest with you. And the snowplow came by my house, and after digging out 3 feet of snow to try to get my truck out, the snowplow moved another 6 feet of snow. So then I had a 6 feet berm of ice to try to move to get my truck out of my driveway.
Borrow the chairman's tractor.
I had to call the vice chair of the GID down here, Dave Acola, and have him bring his truck up to drag me out. So anyways, but I did get out. Mr. Chair, I had the opportunity, I've been assigned to NACO, the 4-county coalition, Carson Water Subconservancy, Carson Valley Visitors Authority, and the Chamber Board, and I've had the opportunity over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks to participate in all of those meetings. Rather than take up time today, in that regard, I think I'll type up a report and then have that entered into the record and so that I don't have to bore my fellow commissioners with that, with that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussion? It appeared in the Record Courier today that the USGS study on water in the Carson Valley is going to cost like $395,000. I don't know. The town of Minden and the Ranchos GID had meetings yesterday. I wanted to go to one of them, but I had another meeting on top of that. So all we can do is stand by on this and see where it goes and what's going on. But that's a chunk of money. And the USGS is subsidized by taxpayer dollars. I don't know why they just don't do it for free, but anyway. So that's where we stand on that. Anyway, if there are no further items of discussion, this meeting will be considered adjourned. Oh,
Mr. Chair, I think we need to go to public comment.
oh, public comment. Sorry, Natalie, we neglected you.
And Natalie Wood, for the record, I do have 3 individuals that noted they wanted to do public comment. One of them logged off, so we'll see if they log back on. But we'll start with Ellie Waller. Ellie, go ahead and start your video and then state your name for the record, and then I will start the timer.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. As I mentioned earlier, there are some issues with how the Zoom meetings are going as far as public comment. Sometimes items that you discuss that say are for possible action. I don't know if we're just supposed to queue in as fast as we can with Natalie, because we don't always know before, like I did on item 15 today that I wanted to comment. So I think we need to improve upon that part of the process. What I would have said is to thank you, Ms. Davidson and the task team. The VHR thing is very important. It's not just our county, it's lake-wide, and it really does need to continue. I'm glad that we are leading the way with actively pursuing hiring enforcement officers, much better than anybody else at the lake. So everybody should be commended on that. I wanted to ask County Manager Cates, I know it's in the weeds. I just want to make sure that Carl Hasty has not come forward. We had a very big discussion on a toll up at the lake, and he wanted the transportation district to be fully in charge of those funds, and we would have no recourse once he was in charge, and not him specifically, but maybe the TTD. If they impose a toll and those rates could be charged, I just want to make sure that is not going forward in this legislation process. I've attended in the past. I agree with Commissioner Ingalls. It can be a zoo. I was up there when TRPA was changing their compact. So I was in the midst of that, and I wasn't on the side of Settlemyer. So it was really interesting. Everybody should be able to participate, and I really think they should. I know I'm going to lose my 3 minutes, but there would have been other opportunities to say, well, and I'm going to continue. I am so glad we are supporting Commissioner Casey in her position. Again, she's not there to hear that from the public. And I think those things need to occur on occasion, where we agree and really support those kinds of people. I've only been here a year and a half, and I will, again, just say that we need some improvement on how we're supposed to comment during action items. I think the VHR thing, even though it was presentation only, should have also been open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Okay, our next one is Jim. Jim, go ahead and speak your name, state your name for the record, and then I'll start your timer.
Jim Slade. As far as the topic of public comment as addressed by Deputy DA Ritchie last month, I will strive to follow the guidelines that he and the chairman set, but I would like to add some of my own comments as to what I believe is proper conduct. When comments, whether from the board, from the public or a board member, veers off into matters over which the board has no jurisdiction, supervision, or control, the chairman or the deputy DA should interrupt and require that the speaker stay within those bounds. Likewise, on individual agenda items, any comments, whether from the public or board members, should not veer from the agenda topic. Again, the chairman or deputy DA should interrupt and bring the comments back to the agenda item. Discussions of personal experiences or grievances are inappropriate. On a similar issue, especially when it comes to board members, it should always be remembered that NRS 241 states that the board may not consider the character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, or physical or mental health of any person without proper notice and other requirements. Any such comment should immediately be interrupted by the chairman or deputy DA and the board member reprimanded for violating the OML and advised to retract his comments and apologize for the infraction. I believe that that section of the OML was violated in regards to 2 officials in the school district last month and today regarding our librarian. A commission earlier today stated, quote, "I understand that the head of the library doesn't want to have it open for her safety." That certainly sounds like a consideration of her character, competence, and or physical health, and therefore contrary to the open meeting law. As far as my own public comment, I will try to keep to the facts and related issues under the purview of the board. When I state publicly known facts, however, and a commissioner misconstrues my comments and falsely believes that I'm suggesting he has done something illegal or unethical, that's his problem. When he feels the need to essentially call me a liar, that's unacceptable and a personal attack. When he invokes a letter to the editor that I wrote 8 months ago and calls it nasty and vile, which it was not, that too is a personal attack and unacceptable. Hopefully the board and deputy DA will be just as vigilant with commissioners' comments as they are with the public. The board should be held to a higher standard and higher level of expectation. Holding elected office inevitably means a certain amount of public opposition. That's to be expected. Overreacting to comments by the public is unwarranted. A greater degree of civility is a two-way street. And I would ask Deputy DA Ritchie about the 2-2 vote on item 17. I've heard multiple times in the past that a tie vote is not a vote for denial, but no action. So I would appreciate it if he would clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I have not seen anyone else log on. Do we have anyone else that would like to make public comment at this time? Okay, I don't see any additional public comment, and it's at we're at 3:06 p.m.
Yeah, we'll wait a couple of minutes. It looks like a lot of people are getting the hang of using Zoom. I hope that we can get back to meeting at the courthouse pretty quick. I think we're pretty close, and but we'll see. I find it interesting that the state of Florida is going one way and our state is going another way, but Florida seems to be doing okay and their economy is doing well, and they've opened up everything and they're not having a problem. So I don't know.
Chairman, can I speak to the agenda?
Yes.
We have made some changes, as we have been with the Zoom, and we have on the second page identified which items on the agenda will have additional public comment options. And that is on page 2 of the agenda. I can share my screen to show it real quick so that the members of the public can see it. I think moving forward that it'd be best if we highlighted this section, so I'll highlight it right now, and we can just bold it in the future. So for this agenda for today's meeting, we noted administrative item 15, so that the public, when they read the agenda, that they'll know what items we're going to be taking additional public comment on.
Yes, that's correct. And one of the other things we talked about is on the agenda item where you don't have the minutes there, but at the end, who's bringing it forward or something, we could put in parens open for public comment. Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, I know we're about ready to wrap up the meeting, but I did want to indicate to the other commissioners, I just got an email. They probably got a copy as well. I believe Patrick Cates got this as well. Anyways, apparently the library is going to be reopened starting, I believe, on what is it, the 11th of February. And we'll be open on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 10 to 4, as I understand this email. So I think that's good news for our county and for the library patrons. And I wanted to make that announcement now so that the rest of the public who's watching hopefully can communicate that as well to the public. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. Any other comments, items for discussion? Going once, going twice. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Wes, you're on time.